I'm here. Oh, hello everyone and welcome. Do we have Miro with us? I guess we do not. Welcome everyone. It's really good to see you. I guess the games have started and this is the first day of the semi-finals and we have in the first pool, or rather the first board, Hikaru Nakamura versus Shakir Mamajirov, and on the second, Wesley So versus Amin Tabatabai. And it's quite nice to see Amin playing in the semi-finals, considering I think this is his first Grand Prix.
Правильно, и не пускай меня в эфир. Ты слышишь меня, Кирилл? Ты меня слышишь сейчас? Ты меня слышишь, говорю? Okay, hi everybody, and yeah, that's me to blame, me, Miro. I'm late for a few minutes and we are starting semi-final, day 1, game 1, Grand Prix 2022 in Berlin. Okay, well, Jesse, had you seen the camera view from the playing hall? I'm worried. Is it only one game that is played? They said it's a semi-final, so there has to be 2 games, no?
Yes, I believe there are 2 games. I just have to double check that both of them are ongoing. Yes, they are.
Because honestly, the one that we see on our screen is not a game, I'm afraid. I mean, it is, but just look at what happens. It's the most... I'm sorry, but the most boring system against the Petrov that Hikaru Nakamura chose to play. And usually you would do so with, you know, with an intention to make a draw, pardon me, once again. So it's not that I'm here to blame Hikaru. I believe he knows what he's doing. But this queen e2, go d3 and trade queens is, it's very modest. It's a very modest approach, and especially...
Indeed, and perhaps Hikaru, in Hikaru's mind at least, maybe he feels as though he is better at the faster time control, so he is quite content with 2 draws as a result of the classical semi-final.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So maybe that's what he's kind of trying to achieve, right? I mean, it won't be that easy still because you have to play game 2 where you'll have the black pieces, but some people are sort of fine with that, right? So let's narrow it down to only one classical game. With black, I kind of have a very solid repertoire. That's what Hikaru is trying to say, at least. And yeah, and let's play faster time controls. And obviously, yeah, Hikaru sort of benefits to our agreement, right? Hikaru sort of benefits from shorter time controls. Okay. Yeah, once again, an announcement on online arena tournament, which is on April Fool's, I was told. 1st of April, 3 p.m., so kind of what's 3 p.m., so after 1 hour after the start of the games, or potential tiebreak. I think it's a tiebreak day, 1st of April, right? There will be a tournament on FIDE Online Arena where you can... they say, as you can see, you can win a beautiful pocket chess set, but that's for the winner. But for the top 5 players, you'll get, a free subscription to FIDE Online Arena, which is also a cool thing to have. I wouldn't mind free subscription.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, they should actually be playing a prank on the players who are participating in the tiebreak that day. I feel as though something needs to be organized.
Well, maybe a bit, kind of too serious of an event, but I wouldn't mind, saying, today's game won't be played or will be played in checkers instead of chess. Yeah, chess 960.
Oh, I like that. Of course they would believe this. So King of the Hill or Bone Cloud, you have to play the Bone Cloud opening.
Symmetrical Bone Cloud. So King E2, King E7, then the game starts, yeah?
Yes.
All right. I'm not even sure if there is any sense to discuss the opening because, Queen E7, Queen E2, Queen E7, D3 is the line. There is nothing wrong, right? And Bishop G5 is a possible move. And then if you really want to achieve something, you go Knight C3. Knight C3. Yeah. So now there is kind of a speculation that in some cases you want to take and go Knight D5 if black sort of doesn't pay enough attention. And the usual move, once again, if I'm not wrong on this one, well, it used to be C6 for sure. I mean, maybe some new trends, but it used to be C6 after Knight C3, and white would castle long. So this, at the very least, that's once again, it's not the most challenging line against the Petrov ever, but at least it kind of indicates your will to fight. While castling short, pretty much keeping the position symmetrical, black can castle short as well, or h6 as Mamdyarov did in the game. h6, bishop d2. So one would argue that white is 2 tempi up, right? So if you castle short, it's like if we've repeated each other's moves somehow, then white plays bishop g5 because he started the game, so that's logical. But then it's black who has to beat the move. So white efficiently won 1 tempo, so he two moves up. That would be symmetrical, so let's pretend white just played bishop g5, and then he's yet to move. But even so, I'm not sure if white is much better. And since Mamdyarov goes h6 first, turns out it's not that many squares for this bishop, I believe. After bishop h4, you could think of just grabbing the bishop by going g5 and knight h5. I'm not sure if you can punish black for that. Knight h5 and then claim 2 bishops advantage. So Hikaru went to d2, Shaki thinking. I'm not kind of declaring this to be a draw outright, but that's No, that's a very, very...
Yeah, I was going to ask how common the system is. You
This
mentioned-
system...
Oh no, not the system.
Yeah, it's not the system. I mean, I'm afraid that Castle Short is not a real system. It's just that, okay, I'm developing my pieces in a reasonable way with white, but I'm allowing you to do the same with black. And so that's not, to be in this endgame, it's got to be this knight c3 castle long idea, and not the one that we have on a board. Okay, so there is this, and we have the other game, hopefully, where Wesley Saw has the white pieces against Tabatabai. Well, in Wesley Saw's case, I believe it makes a lot of sense to try with white, right? Because, yeah, maybe he is a favorite in rapid as well, if we have to speculate about what happens in rapid chess in case they reach the tiebreak, right? But it's not as obvious, let's say, as Naka situation. Naka is favorite in rapid and let alone blitz with practically anyone. And I'm almost sure, like I can safely say, against anyone in this tournament, right? But with Wesley Saw, it's far less clear, and he's a big favorite on a classical rating, so he obviously has to try to use the white pieces.
Yeah, well, Amin made it this far, so you never know.
Yeah. Okay.
Unpredictable.
Yes and no. It's unpredictable in terms of like what's going to happen, but it's predictable that with white having 150 elo points kind of advantage in rating, you try. I mean, I'm not saying that he's going to win with white, but he will not kind of go and make a draw. So that's my point, unless like he doesn't feel well. And the opening they have in their game is the same Carlsbad as Wesley played against Sam Shankland on tiebreak yesterday. So absolutely the same line. So we shall see.
Yeah, I missed the tiebreak yesterday. Were there any exciting things to happen?
Yeah, well, there've been quite a few. So Keima won a must-win game in the second rapid game, which is already a big surprise against Mamedyarov. He lost in blitz, as you could have guessed, since Mamedyarov was playing, right? But yeah, so Keima shown very good play. Shankland was close to equalize with black, which was also quite an interesting turn of events. Well, he started the tiebreak by losing with white, but then with black almost did it, but just almost.
Yeah, I remember in the interview, I did watch the interview, Shaq basically commended Keima, although being a young talent, played really, really well in that must-win situation. So it was nice to see him commend his opponent.
Yeah. I'm not sure what's that. Like Wesley against Tabatabai, Wesley... Tabatabai, not spending too much time either, to be honest. Now I'm not sure, because we have the names of the players, and that's from the live board, but the analysis board I have is for the other games. So well, maybe it works like that. Maybe it works like that. I mean, why not? I mean, since we only have 2 games, maybe there won't be too much confusion, and we can always try to do something like that, right? Like keep an eye on both games this way.
Yes. And I even informed chat to feel free to ask questions, and we'll definitely show that question. As long as it's interesting and relevant, we will show it on stream, and we'll try our best to answer it. So maybe we can poke and prod at Miro's brain to tell him to ask, sort of tell us some stories about his past experiences.
Okay, let's do this. Yeah, I'm just trying to, sorry, you cannot see it on the screen, but I'm looking at you know, looking at the previous moves in Wesley and Tabatabai game. And what's interesting, I mean, the speed they played all these moves. So it must be some sort of a theory for both. But I'm not sure, really. So bishop d3, well, I mean, it's logical that black eventually goes c5, because you cannot wait too long, otherwise white's going to play e4. Like, especially if you castle short, that you really have to watch out for e4, e5 breaks. So c5 is very standard. And like with pawn on f2, knight on f3, for instance, in a normal queen's gambit, right? White would obviously take on c5. And yeah, once again, I'm talking about the situation when the knight's on f3, pawn's on f2, right? So you take on c5, and then you try to play again pawn. Like this, with pawn on f3, sometimes they do take, but that's not our case, I believe. Because like capture on c5.
So you take, bishop takes and bishop f2?
Yeah, like probably bishop takes, and then e3 is already kind of under attack after bishop f2. I don't know, you probably castle first, and then you play something along the lines of knight e5, rook e8. Yeah, it's just that...
This looks really good for black.
It's so awkward, right? You have f3 for whatever reason, and then e3 is weak, and so on. So white went knight g2, kind of keeping the integrity of the pawn chain for now. c4 forces white to go to f5. Both castled. Black plays queen e8. I believe targeting the e3 pawn now, and also sidestepping the pin. But what's interesting that after bishop e6, it was not queen e6, but pawn takes. So somehow... Yeah, unless you know what you're doing, which apparently is the case with the players, right? It doesn't seem to be so obvious to me. So that you play specifically queen e8, because there are other squares, like you could have gone a6, queen c7, for instance. Yeah, so you play queen e8. And not only that, but that after bishop takes, you are not actually planning to take with the queen. You take with the pawn, yeah. So that's exactly what he...
Are you trying to play e5, maybe?
Not sure. To be honest, because he had a chance after a4 and he didn't. That may be the only moment when he could have tried e5. I don't know what was wrong with e5. It doesn't seem to be that bad. Well... Based on the assumption that after the capture on e5 you take with the queen. I mean, if this works, then it's good for black, because you attack h2 and e3 at the same time. So maybe he could have gone e5. I don't know. He went a6, after which b3 kind of forces some actions on the queen side. Rook c8 was played, and rook a to b1, and all that. At move 17, it's not kind of very common position. All that was played by Wesley So extremely fast. So he's on 1 hour 35 minutes, literally.
Yeah.
So what do we do after rook a b1? So white sort of threatens to take on c4 and b7. So there's sort of some pressure on black. Once again, I would be looking at e5, at the possibility of playing e5. Otherwise, I'm not sure. Like b7 is somewhat weak. A move like rook c7 is really awkward, because then after this capture, yeah, rook c4 just loses you a tempo and the b7 pawn, so you probably take with the pawn, but then white gets, well, a very attractive pawn structure and can go with e4, threatening e5. In case of e5, well, I'm not sure what happens in this specific position, but as an idea, you could consider going f4, so setting a lot of pressure on e5, and then if black takes... like this, then simply e5 happens. If black takes like this, you can take with the knight, and you kind of not really scared about the spin, it seems, because you play rook d1 and your next move's king h1, black can't do much about the spin. So yeah, that's a big question, how black is supposed to react to rook ab1.
Speaking about big questions,
Yeah.
you do have a question from chat. What is your favorite food?
Is it a question to me?
Yes,
Oh,
to you.
well. No, but it's weird, right? I'm not a kid. I'm not 12, so that's like that. I think that's about the kind of the margin of an age when you have a clear answer to this question, because later on,
Sure.
yeah, well.
Well, maybe the comfort food, so when
in
you're
a
sad or when
more-
you're hungry.
Yeah, in more general terms, we could talk. Yeah, like if I'm a meat eater, if I'm a vegan, whatever. Yeah, but yeah, like to name one thing. Actually,
Yeah.
I'm thinking if to name one thing, it's probably to be eggs. Strangely enough,
Eggs, okay.
like yeah, like
Nice.
Miro's breakfast, unless on diet, would be eggs. You know. Different ways, yeah. I mean, you have the Benedict, you have whatever scramble, and so on and so on.
Yeah.
It's not like specific type of, but yeah. So okay, we are getting somewhere with this food stuff.
Indeed, and there was another question that showed on stream as well. Will we see the players' heart rate today?
I was.
And that's something I noticed. And
I was
they had attached some
told.
sort of heart rate monitor.
I was
Yeah.
told so, but yeah, so far you guys see what we see, and
Yeah.
there is no heart rate display on our screen, right?
Indeed. Yeah, perhaps they should attach a heart rate monitor to us as well to see how excited we get about the games.
Or unexcited or excited. Yeah. Well, so another move was played, and once again relatively quickly, bishop to b4. I would speculate, Jesse, that they both know the position. It's just that Wesley kind of knows it a little bit better, and Amin might be a bit surprised with the way the game's going. So that's why some time spent by Amin, because you know, it's not such a simple line that you play all those moves in 15 minutes or roughly so that he spent, right? Unless you know the specific line, the specific moves, and you just double checking or you know, extracting them from memory. But
Yeah.
yeah, because it's either takes you, I mean, there is no either. It takes you much more time. Maybe not to find those moves, they are not very kind of out of this world complex, but to double check to see if like nothing bad happens and so on.
Mm-hmm. Can definitely.
Okay, so bishop to b4. Point being, of course, so now that if you take, rook takes c4 protects the bishop, and the bishop kind of physically blocks the b files. And I wonder if, once again, if white does this, and then would black really like play a5, knight b6, and try to attack the a4 pawn, which seems to be a legit way of play. And Wesley plays very fast. I mean, I don't know what's going on, Jesse. Both playing very, very fast. Bishop went somewhere. I didn't pay attention to. Bishop to e1. Okay, that's...
Perhaps they got confused with the time control and decided to play quickly in case it was a rapid game.
Yeah, that's the feeling, but not all of them were involved in the tiebreak. Yeah, sometimes it's, well, it sounds like a joke, but sometimes really, like if you've played the tiebreak yesterday and you kind of adjusted to rapid time control, to faster time control, then sometimes it's kind of harder to go back in rhythm with the classics, and then you tend to play just a little bit too fast. But yeah, but that's not the case, I believe, with our players, since in each semi-final we have someone who had a free day yesterday. So Naka was not involved in the tiebreak, and Amin was not involved in the tiebreak.
Yep, so they got an extra day of rest while the others were hard at work at the board.
Yeah. Is there a chance Naka is already saving prep for the candidates? Hence his very quiet and dry opening. No, I don't think so. I mean, it's a little bit... I mean, first of all, I would suspect it's a bit of wishful thinking that Naka has the prep to save. Because that was a discussion with Vidit when he shown up on the stream that we were discussing the phenomenon of Hikaru still being a very, very strong practical player, right? And we decided that the trade-off, if you are streaming all the time, but kind of don't have enough time to work on chess, and basically on their level, work on chess means working on openings all the time, right? So the trade-off is that you probably do not have that many new, fresh ideas in the opening, right? You simply have no time to analyze all that. But in return, you are kind of always in shape, right? Because every day you do something chess-related. Yeah, I understand sometimes it's like playing rook odds games or whatever, king of the hill, but it's chess-related nevertheless, right? So it exercises the muscle, and you are kind of in shape all the time. Yes. So that possibly compensates for your lack of, I don't know, opening ideas. But yeah, but returning to the question, the lack of opening ideas must be still there, right? And I don't think he has any kind of a bomb that he can play against the Petrov. It's more of a, yeah, it's, I believe, kind of conscience choice. Yeah, it is to play the quiet line and not to... speaking of heart rates.
Yes.
So we do have heart rates on the screen.
You're gonna have to read it to me because that's really tiny.
Same here. I can't see. I mean, the font could have been easier readable, to be honest.
I think 60 something, right? Each. 60.
Yeah. So
maybe I can't really see too well. Let me try and see on my side. Hoping for a better quality. Unfortunately, it's still blurry. Unfortunately,
yeah.
So sad. Okay, you guys can tell us what it says in chat.
Yeah, that'd be very helpful.
But while you were talking about you were talking about the preparation of Nakamura, I was half thinking that his chat was the one to prepare him for these games, and that's why chat is just too strong, and no one can beat chat. And so that was my one. And another question is, will Hikaru actually agree to play in the candidates? Did he not mention giving up his seat?
Well, to be honest, I didn't listen to kind of last interviews with Hikaru. I remember him touching on a subject after his win in leg one, right? I remember him saying that, or maybe he was asked something, and he said like, yeah, let's see how it goes, and I'm not sure, and so on and so on. But back then he was playing this, I'm a streamer, I'm a retired chess player narrative. So now I'm no longer sure. I mean, if he wins both events, well, what kind of a retirement we are talking about? No, I don't think so.
I'm not too sure.
I don't think
An imaginary one.
I don't think so. I think he will play. Well, it depends on many things, and of course he knows better. But why not? Why not try? Yeah. Yeah, it would be totally cool.
Hopefully we'll see him at the candidates.
Will be totally cool to see players' heart rates. We've seen, right? But since there were no 3 digits numbers, we were not that excited. Yeah, I want to see someone having a heart rate of 150. Okay, that'd be...
Oh, wow.
That'd be something.
I mean, I would expect a heart rate of like single digits in the game where they traded queens.
Yeah, single digits not happening. Yeah, that's not happening. And yeah, that's a cool feature, but once again, I mean, I think it requires quite a bit of time to get the stats and so on, right? Because I'd say my normal heart rate would be around 80, No, seriously. Like, it doesn't go up very much when I'm exercising or kind of having stress and so on. It doesn't go up very well, but like Miro Calm is still like 80. And then what would you give it? I mean, what kind of information would it give to you? Like, right? So that'd be
Probably. Yeah, I haven't measured my heart rate in the longest time, so this is probably something I should do. And often I find that it's when you eat something, especially when it's spicy, your heart rate is going up. And often I'll have spicy food right before going to bed. And then it's so difficult to fall asleep because your heart is just pounding. Yeah.
Okay, so those are the activities that make your heart beat. Just eating spicy foods in the evening. Okay.
Yeah, spicy food gets my heart beating.
Seeing the question about one of my games, or my game that made me have the highest heart rate, and I'm not sure about the heart rate. I believe I was kind of quite reacting in this sense, like while playing chess. So I would be affected by but what's going on at the board, and perhaps that would give my opponents information, at least some information. How nervous am I, right? And I remember one specific instance I was playing. It was Vachier-Lagrave, French, little French village, I want to say, near Dunkirk, which used to have...
It's a big tournament.
Yeah, which used to have like huge open tournaments where it was, 600 players, 100 of them being Grandmasters and so on. And it was a last round, and I won a game with black against Semyon Dvoiris, the older kind of Soviet, post-Soviet Grandmaster, right? And it was very important because he was half a point in front. He was kind of sole leader to the tournament, and I won, and I thought I'm winning the tournament. And the last move was like I'm sacrificing. It was a nice game, and the final move, I'm sacrificing the queen, and when he captures, I'm checkmating him. So when I was to take, I think it was queen takes e4 with black some. I don't quite recall where it comes from, but yeah. So when I was on, my hands was that shaky that I had to use both hands. So basically I took with one hand I'm taking the pawn, and then with the other I'm moving the queen to this square. So I remember that game, it was quite a stress. So sometimes such things happening. Okay, so
That's
not to our
incredible.
players,
I mean,
right?
I saw Amin's heart rate. So I have the live stream up as well, and Amin's heart rate went all the way up to 80 at some point. But it does sort of hover on 50, go up to 80, and come back down. So it is that inconsistency.
And then once again, we are not sure how accurate the technology is, because as far as I know, they do not have heart rate monitors as you could see in House MD TV series or stuff like that, right? So it's...
Oh, maybe they have some sort of magnet attached to them.
No.
Who knows?
No, I've read the press release, and it says it's in kind of AI. I don't know, deducts it somehow from the camera. Same like a traffic cameras, The
camera?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness me.
Yeah. The cameras on the players, I mean, some specific type of cameras, and then neural net.
That must be very high tech. I can't imagine that happening.
I think in hospitals you have something sort of similar when you enter the hospital, and then the camera would... monitor you for having or not having, rather better not having a fever, right?
I wonder what from the camera is what is it from the camera that's really detecting this? Is it radio waves or something like that?
Well, for the temperature, it's very simple, right? I mean, it's what is called the thermovision, right? This the stuff that military people know a lot, and it's used. For the heart rate, it's a little bit trickier, I believe, but yeah.
Players are now radioactive.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
For heart rate, it's a little bit trickier, but well, we shall see. Alrighty, so this game, like really, I would have a heart rate below normal, playing this position. That's for sure.
Yes, that's true. Chat says it's a guesstimation. You're guessing and estimating at the same time. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
any sort of updates with the games? Which game are we looking at now? That
we
is
are looking
Hikaru
at
Nakamura.
Naka and Mamedyarov. Still nothing that would make me excited, but shall see. Okay, there is some potential. Okay, I can see some potential. Maybe. I wonder if Hikaru can play d4 here. Yeah, so basically they went over here after bishop d2. They both went for somewhat strange, one might argue, somewhat strange push. So not, I mean, you'd expect something along the lines of d5, d4, and so on, right? Oops.
Yeah.
Like d5, d4, and then in few moves we can turn it into something. Okay, maybe not c3, but bishop d3 first, bishop d6, you know, c3, into something very common, like rook e1 Berlin or French exchange, something of that sort. But no, they went c5, c4, and in this position, and in Mamedyarov's last move being bishop e6, it's clear that the only way someone can be better in this position is that if you manage to play d4 or d5 and deny your opponent the same. Like for instance, white goes d4, let's pretend, and black is naive to capture with the knight, and then knight b5 happens. So white gets the d4 pawn back. And I'm no longer sure if you are that comfortable in this situation. I mean, you probably are because of knight e4 and then bishop f6. Maybe that's the way to go. But yeah, but if we imagine kind of, yeah, you can't do anything with black. You have to allow knight takes d4. Like for instance, even like playing d5 and then knight takes on d4. All of a sudden, black is in quite a bit of trouble. It's not pleasant by any means. Because I'm trying. Because
if they take on c4.
Yeah, if you take on c4, you are just a pawn down for no compensation whatsoever, right? Bishop c4 and e6 is lost, and so is the game. Right, but in reality, if I know where it was. Yeah, after d4, you're supposed to play d5, of course. You're supposed to play d5, and then, I don't know how this is going to be exchanged, but everything is going to be exchanged. And then, and by the way, if white exchanges the way I'm doing now, he might end up being slightly worse. Also, I mean, it's kind of ever so slightly because the structure is absolutely symmetrical. So the only difference would be like, slight differences in piece placement. But that's basically perhaps the only strategic idea that you have. It's either d5 or d4. d5 for black, d4 for white.
And what is your impression of c4 for white? Does it not weaken the d3 pawn? What was the point of c4?
What was the point of c4? But what else do you do? It's like c5 was perhaps a little bit ambitious, and his next move, I reckon, would have been d5. It's like if you do absolutely nothing, maybe d5 is what black wants to do. He could have. I'm
assuming with c4 on the board that white also plans on playing d4.
Yeah, exactly. But that's what I'm saying.
That's just my impression.
That's what I'm saying. So d4 and d5 are the ideas, right?
Okay. That might have the advantage.
Absolutely. But won't. Because as I said, d4 is answered with d5 and vice versa. Like the moment. So white perhaps has to be slightly more careful in this one, because for now he can't play d4 as the reply to d5. Like if white does something absolutely irrelevant, like plays h3 in order to be able to play bishop e3, for instance, to make it symmetrical one more time. Yeah, then after d5, you can't really play d4. Black's just going to take. And this actually might be somewhat better for black after d5. Okay. I mean, once again, I'm not sure how much. Might be absolutely nothing, but black has the initiative, right? So you don't like capturing on d5 because this is just a weak pawn for nothing, right? The d3 pawn. Okay. And if you don't capture, then you have to consider black going d4 on the next move. And that's already some achievement.
I was looking at something really wild, like knight to b5 in that position after d5.
Ah, you mean like skip the move, d5 and knight b5? But
b5.
Why is it wild? It's not that wild. Sure. I mean, it's a good move.
Maybe rook c8
it's a good move. Yeah, it's a good move which delays at least my d4. Yeah, maybe we can show that this would be not great for black because white would capture on e6. I mean, I'm not sure if rook goes to c8, but whatever. Yeah, and then
I think after bishop d1, they're even close to losing that pawn. I mean, knight d8, king f7 are forced.
King f7. Yeah, I'll play king f7. I wonder if it's d1 or because d1 makes sense. You want to go to a4, but also f1 makes sense, especially if you can expect your opponent to play king f7, and then you have g3, h4, bishop h3 as an idea. No, so this would be unacceptable for black. That would be unacceptable for black. I've seen.
So there is a question from chat. Are you wearing your Fisher sweater?
Fisher sweater? Ah, no.
I think you had a hoodie with Bobby Fischer.
It was a sweatshirt, sweatshirt. But no, that's the Miro hoodie once again, the one that already got that much praise and probably still will get. And
maybe the FIDE Arena online shop should sell this hoodie.
Full disclosure, I own 2 of those, so it's not like I'm not changing the clothes, it's just the same.
That's exactly what we were thinking, Miro.
No, you were thinking Miro doesn't care. Yeah, I mean, there is still no technology of, transmitting the smell over internet. And some people are very happy with this.
Oh, dear. I have to start wearing perfume every day. Oh, no.
Yeah, so Roy Long with the observation that we already agreed on. Yeah, Hikaru plays this line because he apparently has like 2 draws and played the tiebreak scenario in mind. Yeah.
It looks like we need to get the players some spicy food and coffee made it to the broadcast. I didn't even pass that one through. I'm sure someone in the behind the scenes is pushing through some questions as well.
That's cool.
Well, this is an interesting question. What does Hikaru need to do in order to clinch the candidate spot? But he's already got the candidate spot and probably is now sort of less stress on him and all of that maybe he will just play better chess, we're hoping to see. Although he already has been playing immaculate chess with the last 3 wins that he's achieved. So we'll see.
Yeah. So less stress on him indeed. But as far as I understood, there was something going on with his Twitch channel. So that's what he said.
I believe
that's what. Yeah, you see people. I mean, how I'm living in my own bubble, right? I mean, I have no idea. I believe Hikaru still has the biggest channel of all, right? Chess related.
I can sort of summarize it for you if you'd like.
Okay,
so he viewed someone. He viewed something that was against Twitch, TOS.
What's
on his
TOS?
Channel. So it's against their terms of service. I believe that's yes. So he viewed something he didn't know. He didn't know it was illegal to view.
But wait a second. How he was viewing? So he's this kind of a guy. Says watch like I'm watching something. right?
Something like that. He showed something on his stream, but he
Okay.
didn't know it wasn't allowed to be
Okay.
shown because I think it's of someone who got banned or something like that. And then it became a 3-day ban for Hikaru himself. And I think from there, he had to sort it out behind the scenes, but it happened on the day that he was meant to play Aronian, the first game. So I think he used that as a reason as to why things went south. But then he said he sort of recollected or recovered from that and then, came back and won the last 3.
Yeah, that's
so,
maybe not,
it's a good excuse, I
not the
suppose.
only thing that made him win last 3 games. I believe kind of high quality chess was involved as well. Yeah, but anyway, yeah, good result for Hikaru. Chess-related comment. Yeah, what exactly is the move White would play where Black doesn't play d5 and equalize? Seems like anything, like everything is met with d5. There is only that, like the only part with this. Of this comment that I cannot fully agree with is that Black will play d5 and equalize. The equalize part, I'm not sure, because with Black, if I'm to move now and I'm playing d5, I don't feel like I'm equalizing. I feel like I'm playing for an advantage. I mean, that's the only part. But that's pretty accurate. I don't see the way to stop d5, and therefore White kind of has to prepare to meet d5 with something.
So maybe after the queens got exchanged, Black actually equalized?
Yeah, that's pretty much the case. And I mean, as I said, over here, kind of the only challenge in line would be this with knight c3 and castles, right? Knight c3 and a long castle, yeah. Knight c3 and a long castle. And the way it is, it looks like Black already could equalize in multiple ways. So after bishop e6, yeah, perhaps d4 is what you do, just to trade stuff off and offer a draw.
Yeah, and we have some more questions, some interesting ones. Do you think that these players treat these classical games like they're competing in World Chess Championship? Every time I play a classical with my housemates, I feel like Nepo against Magnus.
You mean the mindset?
Maybe. Yeah.
No, it doesn't look like it, to be honest. No, I think by that point, you are not. You're a professional in good and a bad sense. In a good sense that you really kind of, obey the rules, prepare for the tournaments, this and that and that. But at the same time, it takes part of the excitement, It's like even subconsciously, it's your job. You'll play this game, you'll play another game tomorrow. And these guys, they've been playing for ages. So if they really get to the World Championship, it's something special, right? But to kind of falsely pump yourself up and say, okay, that's the most important game of my life. But then tomorrow it's going to be another one and another one. And can you really live to such an excitement level that you are playing 150 most important games of your life a year? That'd be a bit too much.
That's true. That's a lot of energy you have to expel. Yeah. No, I can imagine. And there was another interesting question that I would like to know your answer to. So it says, which one was it? If you could do commentary, which one would you choose? So it probably means which. Yeah. It could be any sport.
No, I actually about any sport. I actually like any sport version very much, but also I thought about. Travel once again, and you can pick basically any match. Jesse, think of it like brush up on your chess history knowledge and think of the match that you'd like to commentate. Maybe once again it gets tricky because maybe you're interested not in the place but the place, right? Like, have you been
to... but hands down, I think a lot of people will choose 1972, right?
Really?
Yeah, I mean, it was the match of like the century, probably.
That's what you know, like in those on those conspiracy Reddit threads. The answer to this is that they want you to believe so. It was the match of it. They wanted
but it
you
was
to
in
believe.
newspapers and books,
Yeah,
and
okay.
it's on TV, and it was.
No, I mean,
okay,
of course,
sure.
it was a big match. Yeah, 1972. But once again, maybe it's because I love thinking of this older epochs, sort of. Yeah, once again, mine would be Alec in Capablanca, or maybe even Laska. You know, times where cigars were still allowed in the playing hall. I mean, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
You just see like a body of smoke around people.
Yeah. No, but yeah, Fischer-Spassky makes the top of the list, obviously. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
okay,
yeah.
makes sense. And what if you were to choose a different
sports? Snooker all day, every day. I mean, witnessing.
Okay.
I'm not sure which one in particular, which championship, like about the year. But once again, snooker, and back then, good old times. Yeah, when Steve Davis was winning his championships, or I don't know, young Ronnie O'Sullivan, like the first O'Sullivan's appearance in the World Championship. Yeah, so that would be my thing.
Yeah, you definitely know a lot more about snooker than what I do. I don't know anything but the word itself. And if I were to choose, I think a lot of people would be disappointed in me. I mean, first of all, I would choose Formula One, since I'm a new fan of Formula One.
Wow,
so it'd be nice to sort of sit in the
interesting.
box. Yeah, it'd be nice to sit in the box and just sort of shoutcast the game. I mean, not the game, but the race rather. And of course, I choose the video game Fortnite. I think I'd do a pretty good job.
Okay, and Fortnite, you have an idea or two, right? How it's played, and so yeah.
I play.
Yeah. So you play. I only know the name. Yeah, for Formula One, if you're a fan, that might tell you something. I was at Hockenheimer Ring, which is.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, you know, yeah.
Well, I know of.
Yeah,
yes.
but not only that, we were playing chess there.
Okay,
I was
that's
playing.
amazing.
Yeah, I was playing for Hockenheim in the Bundesliga, and their home matches are played in the Mercedes Lounge, or were played.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know anymore,
amazing.
right? But they were played in a Mercedes Lounge of Hockenheimer Ring, which is, as far as I understand, a famous racing track, right?
That's
in Germany.
really, really cool.
Yeah, so that was my bit.
So do you think there would ever be an overlap of like chess x Formula One? You could have some chess players driving in a Formula One car and some Formula One drivers playing chess.
Yeah,
it could be a nice crossover.
That would be a huge advertisement for chess. I actually think of it for quite some time already, because apart from this, chess boxing thing, there wasn't that many attempts to mix chess with something, and maybe like those TV shows when you take star from one field and then teach him something else, like Dancing with the Stars or whatever. Yeah.
Oh wow.
And then why don't we try something like this? And if our personalities, our characters are not maybe not good enough, maybe. Not charismatic enough. Even though you think of Carlsen, the guy can do anything. You think of Naka.
Don't want to picture some chess players dancing.
Yeah, no, but what I mean, it's not about dancing, yeah, right? Like anything, yeah. And then imagine we team up with NBA, yeah, and then Nakamura is. He's trained to perform free shots, and then he takes whoever is an NBA star nowadays. I mean, so pardon me.
Wow.
Yeah, but. Yeah, we take an NBA star and we teach him for a month, and then he beats all his teammates, right? I mean, makes fun of them. Yeah, so this kind of projects would have been really lovely to accomplish.
So you've put a lot of thought in that. Have you ever proposed it to any sort of?
What do you mean? To someone to
taking
organize
this proposal? Yeah, exactly.
I don't see people who would really make it work. I mean, that's the only problem. I mean, it's like current organizers, they're busy with other things. But
Oh, I thought you were talking about the sort of the participants at hand. I mean, Miro, you and I, we're charismatic, right? Of
Absolutely.
course we are.
Yeah, so we are open for any kind of crazy offers like that. What is this bishop?
Not an ad.
What is this bishop d1 move? This bishop d1 move is called for, I don't know, play bishop a4 maybe.
Okay.
It opens the e file, right? So that one day this bishop on e7 might be hanging. It's not hanging outright, yeah? If we trade, it's not hanging, it's protected with the knight. But might be some tactical possibilities. After d5, I'm guessing it could be that he's planning something like this. Bishop b3, with the idea that after knight c3 he captures on e6. And I don't know what's that, but looks not bad for white at all. Like I'm getting a very strong light square bishop. Or if you take then bishop takes c3 or pawn takes c3. Right, but still I'm not convinced. Yeah, the bishop on b3 is good, but then something like rook d8, if black continues with, with centralized reasonable moves, like rook a to d8 and then bishop f6 next, he might still be better. So, in fact, I'm not yet sure what his answer is to this move. Could it be some bishop a4, which is a little bit strange looking, right?
Would the idea be to take the knight?
To take the knight on c6, yeah. I mean, for the time being, my idea is to trade on d5 everything, take on c6, take on e7, right? So black actually has to care. Well, I would take it as far as after d4, I would try to play knight d5, which probably isn't a good idea. I know, well, knight e4 is an alternative if I don't want to, but knight d5, once again, point being, you cannot take quote-unquote normally with knight then the bishop because of bishop c6, right? So yeah, so if you want the pawn on d5, after knight d5, you will have to take with the bishop, and then, yeah, by the way, just realized bishop c6 is an alternative if I want it, but yeah, my original thought was this, knight takes, and then I just sacrificed the pawn for the light square bishop, which seems to be very powerful. So I go knight e5, for instance, black rook e5, once again, the same trick. The knight's attacked, it cannot leave because the bishop will be hanging. And rook d8, bishop b3, white just wins. So I think this is the line Nakamura is playing to go for. So after d5, there'll be bishop a4. And then I'm still not convinced because stuff like knight b4 starts happening, and yeah, I would leave it to the players, to be honest. I would leave it to the players. But yeah, we are getting somewhere. It's not as boring as I've originally thought. So after this bishop d1, yeah, Naka is good at, in making difference in those subtle positions. Like it's almost the same, right? A move ago, you would say, I mean, it's a couple of moves away from like total symmetry. And yet, like the fact that he has the bishop on d2, his rook's on e1, so bishop d1 uses the fact, first of all, that the rook is here, right? So the bishop is not on e3, the e file is not blocked. And also he's first to opt for bishop a4. So now, for instance, after rook e8, he'd go bishop a4 already. Maybe black can do the same, go bishop d7 and say, I don't care. Still kind of solid, but yeah, it might develop into something. Drinking
Total
coffee,
symmetry.
playing over the board, yeah.
Yeah, so there's a question, does Petrov mean black wants to draw from the start, or is it not that simple?
That's the question I kept asking myself while playing Petrov. I mean, there was basically one tournament. I knew some lines in Petrov because I was working with someone preparing it, but I've played like 3 games with Petrov in my entire life, I guess. 3 or 4.
Oh, wow.
3 or 4, can't really remember. But yeah, but I was always wondering, am I playing this just to make a draw? And I believe the answer is no. It's just that at some point, and I think we had this discussed already. At some point in your chess career, I mean, perhaps comes with the level, with experience, that you realize there is no such thing as like playing for a win opening, playing for a draw opening. If white wants nowadays, like in the sharpest possible opening ever, there is a line to draw, right? You go for the knight of, and your opponent goes bishop g5, and you don't know what to do. And even he sacrifices pieces at you, but he always has like some forced line which ends up being a draw. Right, and therefore, you play the Petrov because you think it's a sound opening, and then if your opponent with white, if he wants something, if he wants to play critical lines, then you inevitably will get your chance. Now, I mean, at least that's the theory, right? So if we are talking the Petrov with knight c3, for instance, right, instead of queen e2. If we are talking the Petrov with knight c3, and very often it would be opposite colored, opposite castles, right, and very often it would be black winning games as well, or getting a chance to win the game because the position is ever so sharp. But yeah, it's not the sharpest opening by any means, right? It's a lot of lines where white kind of keeps in control and opts to be slightly better, and black's only objective is to play for equality. But it's not necessarily that you say, okay, I only need a draw, that's why I play the Petrov, right? It's probably not a wise suggestion if you want to beat someone who is kind of technically is weaker, right, on the list. Let's say by the ELO, you look at your next opponent in the open tournament and he's kind of 200 ELO points lower than you, and then you probably would look for a more complex opening, a more combative opening, if you like, not the Petrov, but still, it's not like the dream for black is just to achieve a draw.
Yeah, me and my community actually came up with a sort of song about the Petrov, you know. At first I was afraid of the Petrov knight. And so it goes, yeah.
Okay.
we came up with a whole song. It was pretty good.
All right. I can see...
And there was another question from chat if you'd like.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, can either of you play musical instruments?
Some people would go and say, I've never learned, but I can play ... right?
Okay.
In my case, it's the opposite, because I've learned the piano for like 4 years, but it was so long ago that I can't play it anymore.
Right. Yeah. No, I wish I could play the piano. I can play a little bit of guitar, but that's about it. And then I'm learning how to play the ukulele. Yeah, the smaller version of a guitar. Fewer strings is better. Yeah.
Fabi scored very well with the Petrov. Yeah, exactly. And the reason why he scored very well with the Petrov, because he was playing against the guys who were trying to beat him, right? He wasn't playing the Petrov against someone who would be very happy to make a draw. And they were full-blooded games, and then, yeah, Fabi is a great player, and in these sharp positions, of course, you can win in Petrov. Okay, so we have a move. Once again, it's confusing. Yeah, the move from Taba to Bay. He's on 1 hour and 4, mostly 1 hour and 10. Knight to b6 starts looking awkward, if you ask me. I think something's off. I don't really approve on this, but who knows? So dc4, it's still rook takes c4, and the bishop on b4 is still guarded. And is it though? It's confusing. I mean, or b takes c4, the bishop is attacked. I mean, one could try to take on c3 and then c4. Maybe that's the answer, in fact. Maybe that's the answer, so that black is planning to take on c3 intermediate. But then once again, you have to watch out for rook b6. I don't know. But if you are talking natural moves, bc4, you would expect rook takes c4, right? Guarding the bishop and pin and everything. And then I'm wondering if this is ever a move. Rook takes b4, rook takes b4, so an exchange sacrifice. Knight takes on d5. That's kind of the whole point. And my whole point, is that I can't calculate. And in the final position, black is up a piece, right? So that's the whole point. So this line, forget it, erase it. I mean, if you put it on YouTube, then please, this part cut off. That's a bad line.
So the question is, can white play, can Wesley So play knight e4? Or is that too ambitious?
Knight e4, yeah, it is a possible move. It is a possible move. It's just that I'm not sure if it gives any advantage, right? So black will most likely take on e1, and then the whole point, the whole trick with knight e4, that you have knight f6 intermediate, otherwise you'd be losing a piece. Or you mean knight d6? Because when you mentioned this too ambitious part, I thought, what's ambitious about knight e4? Maybe that is what ambitious. And then the queen has to go, right? Wherever it goes, I don't know, c6, d8, knight takes c8, and we are saying that, yeah, the knight on c8 isn't actually lost because the bishop on e1 is hanging. Okay, that's a very serious and that's a legit question. Yeah, knight e4, bishop e1, knight d6. Then, of course, you have options for black as well to kind of take on b3. I don't know where it leads. You probably take back on b3. Hang on a second. You could actually take on c8 and be an exchange up. Okay, that's big news.
Oh.
It's a nice move. Yeah, take on c8. Yeah, take on c8. Well, black has to take back. Not sure with what, say with queen and the rook then. White captures on e1, and white similarly gets his hands on the b3 pawn. That would make a lot of difference. If say, black somehow guards the b3 pawn, then black might be even better, but you can't really do that. So knight a4, rook takes, some b5, and white's much better. I mean, white's probably winning, just rook c1. And, it's an exchange. Yeah, two connected passed pawns, but not going very far. So yeah, there is such move as knight e4, and I wonder what's the reply is, because possibly black will have to play bishop e7 then. Just play bishop e7 and try to play from there. Okay, so Wesley's thinking. And
his thinking time is actually 25 minutes.
25 minutes. So yeah, exactly, because bishop e1 was played quite some time ago. Yeah, we've seen it. Then we went on Hikaru's game and answering chat questions, and ready for like almost half an hour was the last time we checked Wesley's game. We are back, and only one move was played. Yeah, after knight b6, he keeps thinking. All right. Anyway, so past 1 hour, and it seems the opening stage is more or less over in both games, right? Like here, it's clearly some complex middle game position. In Hikaru's game, it's more of a complex end game position, or complex queenless middle game. That queenless middle game, by the way, like when the queens but nothing else, because all the
that's true, but when is that transition between middle game and end game? It's so difficult. It's so gradual.
There is no formal, I'm afraid, there is no formal way of telling if it's if it's a middle game or end game. Yeah, I mean, you just look at the position and you go by feeling. Yeah. So, and any kind of a strict rule that you would say, okay, this only happens in the middle game and never an end game, or vice versa. That is only for an end game, never for middle game. And then I can probably come up with counter-example to any attempts of such strict rules. Like no king attacks happens in the endgame. Wrong, right? It's absolutely wrong. There have been examples of like one side suffering specifically because his king is attacked. That's the only reason, like why this endgame is bad. Like passed pawns do not matter in the middle game. Once again, it's wrong, right? I mean, on average, yes. I mean, very often they would not matter, but there are counterexamples. So that's why I believe it's very hard to formally determine what's, well, basically middle game more pieces, end game less pieces. If you're fine with that definition, then probably that is. Right.
I mean, that's a very blunt explanation, but I'll take
else?
it.
Like, if you're an experienced player, you should be able to tell by, kind of your feelings even. Like, do you want? For me, it'd be clear. Like, if my first temptation, I have a king on e1 or e8, uncastled king, and if my first temptation is to castle as soon as possible, that means it's a middle game, and I'm late to castle, right? If I'm looking for the way to keep the king in the center, then it's probably an endgame already, right? So that's one of the criterias, right? I mean, it's not necessarily defining what it is, but
yeah.
For our games, I believe for now we can agree that in both games we have a middle game. Right? There's still a lot of pieces in Hikaru's game. It has potential to simplify very fast, but yet it's still the middle game. Okay, so can we take a short break so that our audience prepares questions and our players prepare the plans? That's what I was told to do. So you play the opening, and as soon as you realize it's a middle game position, you should think about a plan. Should think about the plan.
I like your way of thinking, definitely. Yeah. We put all the work on the players and the spectators.
Absolutely.
Nothing on us.
Nothing. No. Okay, no, but seriously, we'll be back shortly and we'll continue with semifinals day 1. So stay tuned.
Hi, I'm Vidit Gujarati. I'm 27 years old, an international chess grandmaster from India. I'm also the brand ambassador for FIDE Online Arena. It's a place where you can play for online rating and online titles which can be recognized by FIDE officially. I feel chess is a sport which can be definitely played online, which other sports don't enjoy the luxury of. And the most important thing is that you can play from the comfort of your home, be it any time, against strong players all around the globe. And since the past 2 years, we have seen a boom in online chess. And be it for professional players or for people who have just started, I think it provides a great opportunity. In the next few months, I'll be streaming and playing games on the FIDE Online Arena. So be a part of it, and who knows, maybe we'll end up playing a game with each other. See you soon on the FIDE Online Arena.
Okay, welcome back everyone. Welcome back to Berlin. Welcome back to game 2 of the semifinals. And
welcome.
Yeah, nobody is interested to have our heart rates on the screen, it seems.
Looks like it. I just took some laps around the pool. I mean, what's the point if we're not gonna have a heart rate monitor?
You have the
I'm
pool.
out here panting.
You have the pool. That's that's naughty, having the pool and telling people that you have the pool. I'm jealous, but yeah. But look,
I don't use it, unfortunately.
Look, for Wesley, I think I don't know what that number is, but it hardly changes, right? Amin has some high heart rate, it seems.
Oh, let's check.
But maybe he's just like over 80, 82, I could see. So now it's down to 70 something.
I mean, ever since you told me that the players don't actually have anything on their wrists or something attached to their chests, I don't know if I can believe the heart rate monitor.
Yeah,
I mean, it's great to see.
That feels like it could be a bit off, right?
I feel cheated.
Especially with the way it fluctuates very fast, yeah. But I was actually much more interested in the other position, which is Nakamura's game against Mamedyarov, because I think it's currently as sharp as it's ever gonna get.
Mm-hmm.
So after bishop d1, Mamedyarov decided not to be modest, not to play for equality, which probably would mean he would go rook e8 and bishop d7. So he went to d5, the most principled move, why not? Bishop a4 indeed, and instead of going d4 and stuff like that, he went rook f d8. So now, it's a tricky position, right? Some stuff hanging for white as well. Like c4 pawn is under pressure. If you take on d5, black is planning to take with the knight and the rook, as far as I understand. And maybe this is how you kind of make a draw by force, is bishop e6, rook takes, bishop takes on e6. Or maybe I'm too hasty declaring it a draw by force. Yeah, maybe there is still game to play.
Is there rook d8?
Maybe there is still game to play. Yeah, but rook d8, bishop c3, I'm not that scared. Like rook d1, yeah, I understand, but I'll take and go rook e1. Now, what I was thinking is bishop f6, and then kind of trying to put early pressure on b2, and then who knows what's that. And also, yeah, the fact that you are absolutely right, noticing the fact that there might be back rank issues, because in the line here, bishop takes h. Ow. Ouch. cd5.
Maybe then there was a check.
Knight d5.
Yeah.
Knight d5. Rook d5. Bishop b3. I mean, since he decided to capture, by the way, I think he's going for this line. Because what else do you do? It's like you could make an argument, I take on c6 and you have the doubled pawns and so on, right? But
something similar actually happened in the game, so quite a few moves were played.
Not with the d3 pawn, right? So he traded on d5, but instead of going for bishop b3, he captured on c6, b c6, and went knight e5. It's got to be... Isn't it kind of suspicious for white after, say, bishop f6
And then you take on c6?
Yeah, if you take on c6, black takes on c3, or on d3, sorry, and then the bishop's attacked, the b2 pawn is attacked. I think black is much better in this case. No, I think the move is bishop c3, and then it's a draw, okay. Then it's a draw. I was a bit worried about this bishop e5, but then you take with the rook.
c5 is hanging
You take
as well,
with the
right?
rook, yeah, rook takes, then you can take on c5. It's just a draw.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd still feel a little bit more comfortable as black, just because of the background weaknesses.
And it's not the only move, this bishop f6. It might be, no, seriously, it might be that black will find a way to try to play this one for a win.
Yeah.
Okay, and even after bishop f6, bishop c3, it's not guaranteed that black's not better.
There's a suggestion of c4
c4 at what moment?
in the current position.
c4. Clever suggestion, by the way. Can totally get behind c4. Point being, yeah, knight takes, rook takes. Okay, maybe this, I mean, knowing how clever, how tactically clever Hikaru is, maybe yeah, his plan to answer c4, yeah, bc4 obviously is not, dc4 is not possible, the bishop's hanging, yeah. Knight takes rook d3, and then it seems that the knight's hanging if you move it, the bishop's hanging. But in reality, the knight is not hanging because the bishop on e7, so you can play bishop c3, and if black takes, you take on e7, once again arguing that this is just a draw. I mean,
I was even looking at knight takes c6 immediately.
After c4, yeah, knight c6 is possible as well.
Bishop
f6, very likely, and bishop c3, right.
But then I feel like bishop takes c3 anyway, and even if there's knight e7, that the rook on e1 is still hanging. Or maybe you're not really playing this. Maybe bishop takes and then b takes.
Bishop takes, yeah. Knight e7 you're not playing because then black is just winning. Yeah, no, you take back the bishop. Take back the bishop, I'm guessing. Oh, hang on a second. Can you take dc4 by any chance? No, you can't. Let me update on what's happening. Bishop f6, bishop c3 played. Okay, so it's too late. He went bishop f6, and white just played bishop c3. So they'll reach this position with opposite colors, this way or another. I mean, I'm not sure what exactly the move is for black. Do you take? Do you just play, I don't know, rook c8, which is an ugly move to play, but possible. No, he captures on e5. Okay, rook takes e5. And then you do what? You probably just trade. It's a draw already. Honestly, it's already a draw. I think he captured on e5, right? Wait a second. Is it? Yeah, I mean, it is. No, but, I was, yeah, after this rook d8 for a second, I thought, yeah, black wins the pawn. Which he probably does, but who cares? Yeah, bishop c3, rook d3, a3, and
nothing's happening.
Okay, or f3 as Hikaru played it. Yeah, f3, rook takes. Put the bishop. Put the bishop on c2. Oh yeah, you can go rook c1 as well. No, but just in a schematic way, right? I mean, bishop on c3, you bring king to the center, and you offer the rook trade, and that's it. By the way, yeah, he did play bishop c3. So those 3 pawns are not better than white's 2 pawns. Basically, that's it.
Yeah, so someone mentions maybe you should distract your opponent and remove one of his pieces from the board. They're talking about, or discussing rather, cheating in chess.
Yeah, I believe if you would do that on electronic board in FIDE Grand Prix semifinal, nobody would notice. And then your opponent comes back and he said, "There was my rook." And no, come on, it's gone a long time ago.
Wow. And someone else says maybe you should have Morse code in your shoe. good.
F6, A3, King F7. I mean, I don't know why we are still with this game, but yeah, let's wait. I believe they'll agree a draw as soon as, move 30 comes. And since it's move 25, it's not that long that we have to wait for it. Then we'll be left with only one game, and there'll be more more time to discuss Chad's ideas.
Right. And there's another question for you, specifically for you. Have you ever been a second to a player in the World Chess Championship or the candidates? If so, what is it like?
World Championship, well, I don't know if knockout World Championship counts. It was with Maria Muzichuk, actually Women's Knockout Championship that she won. But only for the finals and, 4 games basically. I was the second, but I wasn't the real second, right? So I was helping with the openings, and that's about it. So no such experience as but no such experience as like living with the player through the tournament, like all the ups and downs. Because I mean, you're in a final, you just have to play 4 games, and that's it. But I believe like a huge part of second's job is just to make player kind of emotionally comfortable. Something like that. It's much bigger than the opening prep itself. I mean,
so the follow-up question was: so you were the third, not the second?
Kind of, yeah.
That was good. I laughed.
27th move, and that's a very clever camera zoom on the players. Don't know, once again, I mean, don't know if there will be any surprise, or rather, I do know there won't be any surprises. Which players are absolutely fine with, I believe. So Mamedyarov will have his chance with white tomorrow. Naka seems like he originally wouldn't mind draw with white and then to try to follow it up with a draw with black. The other game, though, is a little bit more complex and will be played, right? What level should you hire seconds? That's a cool question. Yeah, it's I think that's very important to understand the exact kind of difference in definitions between coach and second, right?
I was about to say as well, I think you're a coach until maybe you reach a level where you require a second rather than a coach. But maybe they're just synonyms as well, who knows? You seem very pensive.
So they repeated the moves, found a way to repeat the moves till move 30 or so, and it is a draw in the first game of the semi-final between Nakamura and Mamedyarov. Mamedyarov was very efficient, if anything. He, in terms of classical games, he didn't lose any in this Grand Prix series, and he won only 1. Right, but thanks to the tiebreak play yesterday, he's already in the semi-final, right? Already, I would say for some people it would look like an advantage for him since he had no problem making a draw with black. So maybe we could say that match initiative is now on his side.
3 Karu Nakamura. I thought instead of a knockout, it would be a knockout.
So what do we think? Tomorrow, Mamedyarov with white. I mean, I believe he's going to try. He probably even is forced to try, I would say. Not that he's necessarily a huge underdog when it comes to rapid playoff, but still, you simply try to play because your opponent's plan was not to play. I think that's, you know, kind of being contrarian for the sake of being contrarian, right? You wanted 2 draws. No, you'll have to fight. All right, so here in the other game, things are developing much slower. Wesley, as you said, spent almost half an hour on his previous move. Ended up playing Queen A2.
But he spent half an hour and then equalized on time. So I'm wondering where Tabatabai spent his time.
On the next move, which was Rook F7,
Probably.
which was Rook F7. Now Tabatabai is once again like 17 minutes or 16 minutes behind, right? Oh, it's 14, whatever, can't count.
Right, so actually he spent 18 minutes on knight b6.
Yeah, that's
And
logical.
Queen A2, which was Wesley So's next move, he spent 30 minutes on.
And Rook
And
F7?
now Rook F7 was 22 minutes.
What's the point of playing classical chess, Jesse? Can you tell me? I can make such short moves much faster than they can. Rook F7 would take me like 2 seconds maybe, and I'm slow nowadays.
In the previous game, perhaps they thought it was a rapid game, and in this game, perhaps they think it's a correspondence game.
Yeah,
so
sort of.
You don't know what sort of confusion's going on today.
Sort of. No, but in reality, I believe knight b6, yeah, it's all started with black allowing this line, knight e4, remember? And we were asked about this move, and we were kind of discussing for quite some time, and I was trying to understand if it works tactically, if it doesn't. So black playing knight b6 had to make sure that knight e4 is not that scary. White, when it turned to be his move, he was trying to make knight e4 work, and therefore Wesley spent that much time. Ended up playing Queen A2. By the way, B takes, Rook takes, Queen B3 might have been an alternative. It's kind of this, I don't know, figuring out the setup on the Queen side. Queen A2 instead, and once again, White takes time. Rook F7 to play Rook F7 simply because you have to make sure that none of those tactics work. Like knight e4 again, I don't know, B takes e4 and stuff like that.
And someone added on to my comment by saying, imagine them writing their move on a piece of paper, putting it in an envelope, and sending it to their opponent.
But that's how it used to be, right? I mean, the correspondence chess thing.
And the adjourned matches, I suppose.
Yeah, the adjourned games were the same. Yeah, you would ask an arbiter for an elope, and then you'd write down the move.
An earlobe? They asked the arbiter for what?
For the thingy to put, what's it called? The envelope, I think. Envelope. What's
okay. So our pronunciation is different. That's why. Okay.
I mean.
Envelope. Yeah.
Sending to their opponent, yeah. No, but there were quite a few funny moments, right, with those adjourned games when you would analyze the game and then realize you're completely lost completely lost after the game was adjourned. In the current position, you're completely lost, but then you still show up on the next game, on the next day, just to figure out if the secret move was the good move, right? Sometimes it would be this. What's this comment about, like, hide their chairs when they leave the board? It's cheating ideas, right? Or what was it? Like you can always hide their chair when they leave the board. Yeah, apparently that was referring to like hide their rook, hide their piece, and then hide their chair.
Yeah. So the question is, are adjournments impossible nowadays due to engines? And I think so. I don't think it's possible to adjourn a match anymore.
It's, well, once again, I think the wording on this is wrong. I mean, there is nothing impossible. You can have a tournament like this. It just doesn't make sense, right? Basically, it doesn't make sense to continue the game simply because, like, everything will be analyzed. And there won't be any game left.
Indeed. But I believe there were times where games were adjourned and the play would not return because they knew they were lost.
Because, sometimes you would resign the game. Sometimes you would agree a draw, or players would agree a draw as well. Like if it was adjourned in some end game, and let's say at the time of adjournment it wasn't clear what the end game is, but then both realized that, there is this simple move and then it's a fortress and nothing to do, then sometimes the game would not be resumed.
Saving time. But if the game was adjourned during a tournament, what would happen to the next round?
You'd play the next round and you play the round after that, but you'd have a special day. You'd have a special day to finish the game, and we are talking round robins. Actually, at the times when the games would be adjourned, there won't be that many Swiss events anyway. And I'm actually not sure if there was such thing as adjourned games in a Swiss tournament, because really, how do you come up with the pairing for the next round? You don't know how many
but if
points.
you run out of time, then what happens?
What do you mean, run out of time?
Like, adjourned games are surely for those that were not able to finish. Then do you just wait all night for the game to finish?
It had nothing to do with the time control, no.
Oh.
It had to do with like very long time controls, so the game could last for many, many hours. And then after, let's say, 4 hours of play, 4.5 hours of play, the game would be adjourned. I mean, that's the only reason why. So first they had this 2.5 hours for first time control, maybe not the first time control, but the one that I kind of still remember reading of was 2.5 hours for 40 moves. And then after 5 hours of play, the game would be adjourned.
That's a lot of time.
Yeah. So, and I believe for Swiss tournaments, probably they had different time controls, like maybe 2 hours plus 1 hour till the end of the game or something like this. And then you do not have adjourned games.
Yeah, that's very scary. When you said you remember reading about it, honestly, that pause made me think you were going to say remember playing.
No, never played. No, I mean, playing on analog, these mechanic clocks, yes, but obviously not the 70s. I was born in the late 70s, so how can I remember anything about 70s tournaments? I'm a bit confused, Jesse, with this position, because it seems to me that doesn't matter where the knight's going, white will be able to take on d5, and I don't really... No, never mind. Knight will go somewhere, obviously, c8 or d7, that's why I'm saying I'm not sure where the knight goes. Maybe c8 really, to later on be put on d6. And knight d5 is there, but at the very end, the black captures the e3 pawn with a check. So now, if we'll get this analysis board on, I might be able to show.
Okay. Could you explain knight d5?
Knight d5. Well, I'm hoping for you to take on e1, and then I'll take on I'll take on f6 with the check first and then take back on e1, like winning a pawn, right?
Yeah.
You would think, yeah, knight takes protects the bishop, and that's correct, but then in this line the rook is left without defense. So white once again wins material. But the problem is that after knight d5, black captures with the pawn. Maybe not a problem, maybe that's a playable position. Bishop takes b4, queen takes e3, and say king h1. And yeah, that actually is perhaps the line that white should try for.
Okay.
Because specifically in this case, it looks like the knight on c8 is not that great, but maybe knight a7 b5 or knight a7 c6. Yeah, because now it's hard to tell where the knight's going, right? I mean, knight d7 has kind of a strange feel to it, simply because it blocks the f7 rook. So my guess would be that black, if he's not disturbed in any way, he wouldn't mind playing rook f7 to c7, sort of doubling on the c file, and so on and so on. Yeah. In this regard, like going to c8 with the knight, so that later on knight goes to d6, is fine, and then it leaves the 7th rank open for the rook. The other drawback after knight d7, that the knight itself, it's not clear where it's going, right? It's restricted with the pawns, with d-pawn. But
what's actually recommended is after knight c8, instead of this knight takes d5, knight e4.
Knight e4 you can also do, yeah. Knight e4, and then if bishop e1, to take on f6 with a check first. Rook take f6. I'm actually not sure if it's rook takes f6 in this case, but most probably. So one more time. Knight c8, knight e4. Yeah, white's move, it looks like it's an attempt to be cute, I mean, go with some tactics, but white's move is logical, right? So you basically want to open the b file, because that's for the time being, that's the only target, is black's b7 pawn. Knight f6 check. I'm guessing rook takes, nevertheless. Yeah, rook takes on e1, and then some sort of knight d6.
Okay, protecting
guarding
b7.
the pawn, yeah, and maybe going to b5 next move, unless white, of course, goes rook b6, which he probably does.
Ooh.
But look what Amin did. He captures on c3. He captured on c3.
I wonder if this will be the start of something great, or what will happen here.
I don't know. White certainly has options. He can take on c3 with knight or the bishop, or he can take on b6 with the rook. That's also a possibility. Takes with the rook on b6, bishop e1, rook e1. And then the rook sits on b6 nicely, attacking the b7 pawn, the e6 pawn. Knight d7 I'll take on b7, right?
And b7 is hanging.
So you can't do it outright. So you'll have to...
Gotta make sure you're awake.
Yeah, like for knight d7 you'll have to prepare. So I don't know, like rook c7, for instance, and then white goes maybe queen b1. For some reason, I want a queen b1 to not only to attack the b7 pawn, but also
it's a nice diagonal.
Yeah, some hopes on this diagonal. Also, knight f4 later on, attacking e6. Yeah, there might be some issues for black. But since he captured on c3, it could be that in the other lines he didn't like it even more. Yeah, rook b6 looks clean. And he's also kind of pretty forcing. And if not, you might still want to take on c3, but in this case, I wonder if knight a4 is what. I would expect this to be sort of the point of black capturing on c3, so that he can play. He's not forced anymore to go back, but he can go to a4. Or, you know what, or rook a4, knight c4, maybe that's better. So play another intermezzo, where it goes, and then knight c4. Maybe that's the point. On the other hand, you can take with the knight, yeah. And then maybe something else like knight c8 or so. Yeah, maybe that's what the plan is. But really, like, every single move takes them so much time to play. Every single move. Like, almost like they're exercising in surprising each other. Bishop c3. I'll be, yeah, you know, like after a5, you probably expect what you do. You check all the possible knight moves, right? Even knight a8 briefly, and then knight c8, knight d7, and then no, says, I mean, I want you to think more. That's why I'll take on c3. Move 21 there. Wesley on 51 minute, Tabatabai on 36.
Yeah, so there's quite a time difference, and they're only on move 21, so still 20 moves left until time control, and I feel like it would be, I always feel like it would be decisive by that point, but they get to move 40 and things are still super complicated.
No,
yeah.
it's never, yeah. I've been taught this lesson many times. You know, you think, yeah, it's move 20, they're both down to like 15 minutes in a super sharp position, but what makes the position so sharp is the fact that they're on 15 minutes. And when, you know, when people turn to simplify, and then by move 40, you still have some middle game going on, but much, kind of much simpler. There are exceptions, like for instance, Grishuk, what I've seen, he's practically not affected. Kind of his playing style is not that much affected by how much time he has. So he is looking for the best moves. Some of his games are very sharp, like in the time trouble. He's still trying to play the best moves. But very often people would kind of look at their clock and say to themselves, okay, that's too sharp for me. I've got 10 minutes left, and therefore probably will trade the queens, go for an endgame. So at least I'm guaranteed not to blunder anything.
Mm-hmm. Let's see what the live position is. Okay, so he's contemplating.
The live position is that, okay, knight captured with the knight finally. Well, perhaps really annoying this regroupment of forces with rook a4 and knight c4. Yeah, I have to say, structure-wise, black is far from like fully equalizing. How do you even get rid of the b7 pawn? You probably don't. Mm-hmm. Because sometimes, you know, it's kind of a backward pawn, weak pawn, but if you ever manage, let's say, in our position, if you move the knight and you ever manage to go b5 and the pawns are getting swapped, right? Sometimes that would be enough, so it kind of the rest of the structure would be symmetrical. But not in our case, right? You push the b pawn, white exchanges, and then you have the a pawn, which is isolated, and for the time being, with all those pieces being on the board, a pawn as the passed pawn would not really matter. It would be more of a weakness in black's camp. Mm. So yeah, potentially white will have the advantage. Knight a4, nevertheless. Okay, that's something. You know what? It's a risky move, I have to say, because, I mean, if we just trade the knights, I would argue white is slightly better. Just take on a4, right? But not only that, imagine white going knight e2, for instance. White going knight e2. This knight on a4 has no moves at all. So black will have to somehow, if it's possible, use pieces to protect the knight, right? You can guard it twice with the rook from c4, with the queen from e8. But if white somehow gets the rook on b3, a3, and the other rook to a1, and black very kindly skips all the moves to let white build all this, then black's in trouble. So knight e2 is a very principled move. I mean, I don't know if it works, because black obviously has some counterplay of his own, like rook c7, rook c2 possibly. But that would be a very ambitious move. And then the knight goes to f4, d3, don't know, e5 ideally. Plus you have this knight on a4 being a little bit in offside. And yeah. So that's an ambitious move. It might be the best move.
I half expected knight c8.
Yeah, me too. So knight a4, I mean, as I'm saying, it might be the better move. It's just that it's very risky from strategic point of view.
Yeah. Because what happens with the rook now?
He simply captured. He simply captured Wesley, which is maybe maybe a clear-cut solution simply. So you do not care about trapping the knight, you just take, you go queen b3 after rook a4, you try to bring the other rook via f2, just a simple, slightly better position where black's counterplay is very, very limited, and that's what Wesley's sword does the best according to many people's opinion. So, well, like, plays those slight, slowish positions with, with
the slight advantage.
Yeah, zero counterplay for his opponent. Yeah. Rook takes a4. Okay, at least no attempt to trade the queens. And I guess queen b3 looks very natural.
Queen b3 attacking e7. Oh, would there be a way to sort of limit the rook's movement, perhaps, by going back to c4? Because I would assume that by playing queen b3, you would have to go back to c4 with the rook, or no?
Maybe you'll have to. You mean like bishop b4 is an annoying move, right? Otherwise, like rook on a4 is getting stuck.
I was looking at rook c1 and then just sort of keeping the rook over there.
Yeah, rook c1's good as well. Yeah, I mean after queen b3, it's not like black says pass, right? He'll play a move, and pretty much any move he's going to play will this way or another cover the c file, I thought. But maybe you're right. Yeah, like if black plays rook c7, for instance, white already can try some bishop g3, rook c1, and so on. No, I don't like the way it turns this game. I mean, don't like it for black. By the way, once again, the engine that provides notes after the move is made says
I was going to ask about your notes.
Says that knight e2 was a better move than knight takes a4.
Okay.
But as I'm saying, I mean, it's very easy to suggest a move when you have no responsibility, right? So it's not that Wesley So doesn't understand that maybe keeping more pieces is more promising, but playing the game over the board, you want to eliminate the risk factor, especially in a situation like that, right? It's the first game, and like it's nice to have pressure, it's nice to have winning chances, but if you somehow lose the game with white, game one of the match, then it makes the situation practically impossible to come back from. But we shall see.
And do you think either side has an advantage right now?
Yeah, well, white is better. That's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, white is better.
I wonder if he knows that.
He probably does. Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking for an alternative to the natural queen b3 move, because there might be cases where you, I don't know, play like queen f2 to g3, but that seems to be way too sophisticated. No, bishop queen b3 is good after rook c4. one of the things you could do is bishop g3 once again and control the c7 square, and then exactly as you've suggested, to try to play rook c1.
There's a question from chat. Should black try to get e5 in?
In what moment? Yeah, in what moment?
Yeah, which
So
moment do you play this?
here, like if you go e5, then you can't take because the rook on a4 is still hanging. So it better be some special moment that black goes e5. And yeah, let's imagine somehow just these pawns disappear, right? So we ignore any kind of tactical possibilities. We do not take the rook. Just those pawns disappear. It still kind of favors white. Still favors white because you open more files, more diagonals. You do not improve black's knight this way. The knight was restricted and still restricted on f6, right? I mean, knight cares more about kind of f3 pawn. If you would have been able to exchange f3 pawn for something that your knight is getting e4 square, that's another story. So e5, I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure at all what black has to do. I'm guessing rerouting the knight somewhere would help. Okay, ideally, and that actually explains why I was looking at knight c8. So ideally, the knight from f6 would be on b5. That's my thought. Where it blocks the b file, or c4, yeah, but both seem to be miles away from reality, right? So on c4, it's obvious that the knight is good. Attacks a5, attacks e3. On b5, it blocks the b file, so b7 is no longer a weakness, and it keeps an eye on d4, this way sort of preventing white from easily achieving e4, right? I mean, you play e4 and your d4 pawn is weak. Okay, so queen d2 was played by Wesley instead of queen b3. So he's not interested in keeping the rook under attack. He's more interested about keeping his a5 pawn protected so that he can play the bishop to g3. That's, I believe, the explanation of what happened. So queen d2. Once again, if you give white enough time to build his position, he'll go bishop g3 and double the rooks on the b file, and they'll be really tough. They'll be really black.
So playing rook b6 and trying to, because maybe if this bishop wasn't on e1, that it would be even 10 times better for white.
Yeah, it depends on where it is. Yeah, bishop g3. Yeah, that's I think is a very nice square for the bishop. Like b on g3, control c7. Stop e5, by the way, even though I just said black doesn't want to play e5, but controlling some extra options of your opponent does not hurt. I'm wondering if black goes queen d8 here, by the way, just to keep an eye on the a5 pawn, so that bishop g3 would not be possible because you take a5 still. But then white has rook b6, yeah, targeting the other guy. The more I look at it, Jesse, the more I realize that, I mean, first of all, this might be already a better position for white, kind of objectively, mathematically, or by computer evaluation, whatever. And not only that, but in terms of human play, once again, it's one of those positions where you do not see a clear setup for black. Like if you ask me what white's going to do, I'm not sure because too many possibilities. Like I want to play, I want to play bishop g3, but then I'll see. Maybe I'll go for the b file, maybe I go for the c file, maybe I'm trying to organize e4. And if you ask me what's the plan for black, and usually when we are talking plans in these positions, we are talking either like big pieces relocations, like knight from f6 goes to c4. Yeah, cool story, but how does it get there, right? And the other part of the plan could be...
Cool story, bro.
Yeah, the other part of the plan could be moving the pawns, but it's really hard to suggest any kind of pawn push that is clearly favorable for black. b5, getting into the semi-final of the Grand Prix, I probably learned the en passant rule, right? So after b5, I will make sure to take on b6. Otherwise, by the way, I just realized, yeah, if you want to suggest the move for black, b5 is not bad. And then, then you distract your opponent, and when he comes back to the board, he forgets that b5 was just played. Imagine this.
Wow.
Yeah, because
I don't think it would work for
with
Wesley, in general,
with Wesley, regrettably, it wouldn't work. Okay, so I think we will go for another break. This game will take us much longer than the other semi-final. And speaking of the other semi-final, I believe we have an interview with Nakamura and Mamedyarov explaining what has happened in their game 1 today.
Be right back.
Hikaru, first of all, congratulations on your next participation in the candidates, because we couldn't actually say this last time because still the game was on the way between Domingos and Wins and Kamer. So now, what do you feel about this? I mean, of course, a couple of days passed, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's quite nice to qualify, but at the same time it's very tricky because probably for the last maybe 24, 48 hours, I mean, my thoughts are on that event maybe and what I'm preparing and what people will play. And I mean, and then in terms of today's game, I mean, without saying too much, I think this is an opening that there are many people in the candidates who might play, so I just didn't want to do anything too exciting.
Yeah, but so you choose today not to play anything really sharp. So your idea, do you lose a little? Did you lose a motivation a little bit in this event?
No, I mean, I don't think it's motivation. It's just, I mean, okay, what is the value to playing something special, perhaps, and maybe winning if I'm lucky, versus maybe using it and possibly winning a game in the candidates. I mean, I think there's no upside. I mean, okay, winning a match is nice, but of course, I mean, the candidates is more important. So yeah, I mean, maybe it wasn't such a great choice because I maybe got into a little bit of trouble in this middle game, but I don't think it was ever too bad.
Yeah, it's interesting that you're already thinking about the candidates even in this event. So Shah, you were surprised with your opponent's choice today?
Me? No, I mean, no, it's just a normal game, and he played, I think, Queen E2 is before, and is, I mean, it's normal game, just, I mean, easy moves, of course. I also congratulations for candidates. Yeah, it's very nice, very good, because it's, for chess is very important, like, players like Hikaru, if will play in candidates, I mean, it's very popular, famous in the internet, online, and in all chess world. I mean, it's very important if you will play in candidates. And about games, I mean, just normal game is like Grandmaster game. I mean, it's normal moves, normal draw.
Does it mean that we might expect the tiebreak in this match?
But okay, but we have second game, no? Tomorrow.
Yeah, this was first game. I mean, okay. Yeah, this is too much to say right now, of course.
I mean,
But also I noticed, Hikaru, you were playing Title Tuesday yesterday, so it's like no day without chess, or...
No, I mean, because I'll go back and I'll play Arena Kings in like an hour or so. So yeah, of course, more chess. Should be fun.
Okay. Thank you for the comments.
Hikaru, did you have a good rest yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was different perhaps than the previous event that I played in here in Berlin, because there were a lot of things going through my mind in probably the last 24 to 48 hours. I mean, mainly, though, I slept quite well, felt good. But regardless of what Shaq did, I mean, there were several other options he had, and I was always just aiming for something very simple. And yeah, I mean, maybe I let it get a little bit more complicated than I should have today, but overall, I don't think it was ever too bad.
Now that you guaranteed your place in the candidates, would you get back to that moment when you considered giving your place to someone else who would also deserve it?
Well, I mean, I think that I've played my way into it, and the only person who I thought perhaps deserved a spot would have been Ding Liren, but he's busy playing games every day in China, so he's going to qualify anyway. So no, I'll be playing the candidates.
And there are no other candidates that would be meaningful.
I mean, I don't think you can really say there are players who aren't deserving. I mean, I think, for example, Levon is the obvious one who got very, very unlucky. I mean, I think if he's in a different group, or perhaps either he or I are playing the second event with Richard, I think there's a good chance that both Levon and I qualify. But again, that's sort of the luck of the draw, the random draws for the groups and everything. So, I mean, maybe Levon probably had some chances too, but also he probably should have won the group that we were playing in, and he didn't. So, yeah, it's maybe Levon, but he's the only one I would say.
May I ask you, what are the conditions to get into your team of seconds?
I don't think there are any conditions, but I mean, I already was talking to a few people in the last day or day and a half. I think the main thing in terms of not even so much this game today, but just in general, is that I have no other events until the candidates. So already, I mean, my mindset, what I'm thinking has gone completely over to that direction already. Yeah, I've spoken to some people, but I wouldn't say there are any specific conditions.
Is the box secretly in it?
I mean, I think I'll be hiring Benjamin to do commentary on my channel during the event, so probably not. But I do think Benjamin is a very good theoretician. I mean, I think he's a little bit perhaps underrated, to where I think he could have gotten maybe close to 2,700 if he had not gone to college in the U.S. and maybe had focused on chess. But he'll probably be doing commentary, so probably not part of the team, and not part of that team at least. But there's several other people in America I've been talking to as well, so we'll see.
Were there some particular signs of destiny that you saw, that you knew that you would be rocking in the group stage?
No, I mean, I don't think so. I think actually in my mind, and okay, people might take this the wrong way, but I felt that with Levon, in general, he's obviously an amazing player, one of the best ever, but when there's pressure related to qualifying for the candidates or playing in the candidates, go wrong for him. And so in my mind, I was hoping that there would be that moment where something bad might happen. And I think once I beat him, I had a pretty good feeling that something good was going to happen. But of course, obviously, nothing was guaranteed till the final game. So I wouldn't say there were specific signs, but I was sort of just waiting for Levon to have his moment.
His moment to lose.
No, I don't think it's to lose. I mean, as I said, I think it's just Levon, for whatever reason, when there's pressure related to the candidates tournament, he becomes just a completely different player, and he makes bizarre choices. I mean, I thought his game against Opar, and I mean, just very, very strange choice. So I don't think it's about losing. It's just sort of his mindset or whatever. Something seems to go out the window, and I mean, it's a shame because, as I said, he's one of the best players ever.
Should he start streaming to take some rest and resurrect himself?
Well, I mean, I think streaming is very difficult. I don't think there are that many people who are doing it amongst the super grandmasters. So, I don't know. But I think for Lev, I mean, I'm sure he'll figure out what he needs to change.
Right. Good luck for Arena Kings and for your game tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, I'm Vidit Gujarati. I'm 27 years old, an international chess grandmaster from India. I'm also the brand ambassador for FIDE Online Arena. It's a place where you can play for online rating and online titles which can be recognized by FIDE officially. I feel chess is a sport which can be definitely played online, which other sports don't enjoy the luxury of. And the most important thing is that you can play from the comfort of your home, be it any time, against strong players all around the globe. And since the past 2 years, we have seen a boom in online chess. And be it for professional players or for people who have just started, I think it provides a great opportunity. In the next few months, I'll be streaming and playing games on the FIDE Online Arena. So be a part of it, and who knows, maybe we'll end up playing a game with each other. See you soon on the FIDE Online Arena.
And we are back to the semi-finals of Grand Prix in Berlin. Hope you listened to the interview with Hikaru Nakamura and Shahriar Mamediyarov, and then later on it was Dina interviewing Naka, and he said some stuff about possible candidates preparation, right? And also praised Levon, which I'm especially happy with. Okay, and looking at this position, I don't really understand what's going on here, because Black was by no means forced to sacrifice the pawn he has sacrificed. The pawn on b7 is gone, right? So after this trade on queen d2, interestingly, the engine suggests as well that e5 had to be played for whatever reason.
Okay.
Tabatabai decided to go rook c7, and after bishop g3, rook c6. So it's clear, I mean, once you've gone rook c7, it's clear you're planning to sacrifice the b7 pawn. So it's not like after bishop g3 you are caught off guard and you realize, okay, the rook is attacked, let's go back, right? It would be devastating. No, rook c7, rook takes b7, queen g6. So his idea is clear to go to the second rank with rook c2 and rook a2 possibly. Right.
The last move was played as well.
Yes.
Just so you don't get a fright when things adjust.
Yeah.
But rook c7
rook
was played.
c7, stopping rook c2. And the plan, as far as I understand, the plan was to take on c7 and go rook c4. Sort of double attacking the bishop on c7 and the c2 square, right? But I'm guessing in this case, rook c1 is still good for white. Rook c1, yeah. I mean, black had two threats. Rook c1 kind of stops both for now. No rook c2 and no rook c7. The only question is that if, say, black trades, and he's not forced to take on c1, it's just that, you know, the speculation, like, takes on c1 and goes, for instance, queen d3. How realistic it would be for white to convert this? Because, yeah, it's kind of an extra pawn, right? But how do you capitalize on that? Yeah, we are actually back to back to the game position, and maybe rightfully so, because maybe black has some other options as well. The knight is awkwardly stupid on f6, though. Imagine the same position, but having the knight elsewhere. Not sure where, like f5 ideally, right, or c4, but yeah, it's like the knight from f6 is not getting anywhere. That's the problem. Not only it is passive, but even like looking for a way to transfer it somewhere. It's not an easy task.
Right, and rook takes c7,
Rook takes c7 was played.
There's a question from chat. A win for Wesley is more likely than a draw. So what is the likelihood of a win here compared to a draw? Especially in the first game. I mean, Wesley so does have the white pieces and most certainly will have black tomorrow.
But what do you mean, like percentage? I have no idea.
Probably.
No, I've never,
I'm not
never
too sure.
thought of those. Yeah, like never thought of those. Like before the match, I just claimed one thing. I mean, before the start of today's game, right? I just claimed one thing that it makes sense for him to try and play, and that's what he's done. Right now that his position is clearly better, we could talk about percentages, but I've never been good at those things. No, really. Like nowadays, they say even those engines, or maybe the right description would be neural nets, right? I mean,
maybe we should talk fractions instead.
Lila and stuff.
10 out of 10.
No, but really, this alpha 0, Lila 0, they're no longer thinking in centipones. Do you know that, right? I mean, when you have this evaluation like +2, +3, whatever, so those are pawns, and then the fractions of those are centipones. But the modern things, they are estimating the probability of winning the game from the current position, right? So Lila would think, I win this, I don't know, 80% of the time, and then it would transition into some sort of a numeric value. But we humans,
100% of the time.
but I mean, humans, we don't think like this, right? We all know that that's a better position for white simply because it's an extra pawn, right? And it's very hard kind of mental experiment to think, okay, if I play 10 games of this, in 1 I will blunder and lose, right? In 3 I will make a draw, and in 6 left that I will win. No, I don't think you actually consider such things. And especially in these specific positions, it might be, something extraordinarily sharp with you having a choice. Do I simplify or I go for opposite castle, Sicilian, and, anything can happen. And then maybe, realistically, you're asking yourself this question as well. So what are my chances kind of percentage-wise? But here you just play. I mean, you look for the best moves and you just play. Because if, let's say, if you'd, after some analysis, you would realize, okay, it's 90% a draw. In 90 games out of 100, I'll make a draw. Yes, that's a very useful information, but what then? Do you offer a draw with white being a pawn up? No. You continue, you're doing absolutely the same. You'll be trying to find best moves and continue the game. So I guess we are allowed to say that, he either wins or doesn't, so it's 50-50, right? the famous 50-50 rule. So what's the chance of me meeting a dinosaur? If I go out of this room, it's 50.
You either do
absolutely.
or you don't.
It's 50-50, yeah. So Wesley has a 50-50 on winning this game.
He either does or he doesn't.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what after we've removed his loss from the realm of possibilities. which shouldn't be removed yet, I believe. Yeah, it's a classical game. It's a very solid and very strong player we are talking about. But sometimes, you know, just like I mean, I can perfectly explain how to lose this position with white. And I don't mean hanging a queen, but how you slowly kind of losing that. You play for a win, and then at some point you realize like kind of win slips away. And there is like a more solid continuation where you are very unlikely to progress any further. And there is another one which is kind of riskier. And by riskier, okay, let's look at this position. Let's play rook c1, for instance, and black does play king h7. And then you would trade and create black a passed pawn, which isn't a bad thing for white. White is probably much better after e4, shutting the queen down, and, you know, maybe white's winning. But already there is more sharpness to the position, right? So there is a passed pawn for black. And then you go there and move on, and at some point you calculate a longish line that you think you're winning at the end, and there is a hole in this line and you lose. So it can be. There is sort of a scenario where it doesn't work for you. And what black does is pretty much this. Queen to e8. He's planning to bring the queen to c6 and try to use the c-pawn. And I'm not sure if white, I mean, yeah, white is actually presented not very pleasant, with a not very pleasant choice, because it's either you take on c4 now or one move later, but you will have to, or you leave the c file. Like, yeah, for this you'll have to move the bishop, for instance, and after queen c6, one more time. If you take, it's d takes. I believe almost for sure. D takes, and then the c pawn becomes, oh well, maybe not super dangerous, but still. Or move the rook to b1, and then all the nasty things start to happen, like rook to c2, and black gets the second rank. And maybe there is nothing wrong. You have checks, you have queen d3, but yeah, that's still quite a sharp game. And they're equal on the clock once again. Move 29. Move 29.
Yeah, I'm looking back at the moves to try and see where they had spent the most time, but it was that moment that we sort of discussed where they spent about 20 to 30 minutes on their moves. So that's where it sort of all changed.
Would you tell me the timing of Amin's rook c7 on move 24? When he went,
move 24?
Yeah, when he went rook c7.
7.5 minutes.
Pretty fast. Honestly, for the decision of this magnitude, so that because it changes the game a lot, right? So you either try to defend the b7 pawn with all, or with like everything possible, or when you stay passive but with equal material, or you go for rook c7, you go for initiative. And he chose initiative, which is, yeah, understandable choice, but kind of deciding on it this quickly is a little bit surprising. Yeah, I wouldn't say any more than that, but a little bit surprising to one who, I mean, I can imagine myself spending much more time on kind of figuring out if it works or I have to defend passively.
So do you think it was better for black to actually take on c1, allowing this queen endgame with a pawn down?
So come again, what was it, queen e8?
Right. So instead of queen e8, that we had spoken about the exchange of rooks and going into the queen ending?
No, but
with the bishop versus knight?
You mean with this specific ending with pair of minors as well?
Yes.
Yeah, that's once again. I mean, there is there are some things to discuss, because, like in the books, you'll find this observation that a pair of queen and knight is very often stronger than the pair of queen and bishop. I don't know if you ever faced that. And they say because queen and knight kind of, complement each other, right? So the queen moves like a rook and the bishop, and then it only lacks the knight move, and then here you have it, the knight to help the queen. But once again, you always have to look at what the position is. I mean, not what the material is, because here, as I kept saying, that this knight on f6, I mean, first of all, it's not clear where it goes in terms of active moves. And even if we think of like longish maneuvers, you go to d7, everything's restricted. There is no b6 square, no c5 square. You go to e8, white goes bishop e5. So basically, this knight on f6, it does not act like a knight jumping and attacking your opponent's pieces, right? It's a thing which is there, which covers some squares, but can't get active. So imagine in this position, we teleport it to c4, and black is to move, and black goes queen d3. We would never think that white is better, even though he's a pawn up, right? So it's also about the pieces placement, and that's why I believe he's trying to persuade white to take on c4, so that will add some sharpness. Black's going to get a passed pawn, plus after this trade, there is a d5 square for the knight, and that's why, by the way, I was trying to push e4 at the first possible moment, right, to stop knight from getting to d5, because, knight gets to d5, and then the bishop's attacked, the c-pawn is supported, then queen b5 happens, and all of a sudden it's very sharp. And maybe black just has an equal game, equal chances. Right, I think what black's doing is absolutely correct, and now I'm actually wondering for Wesley, I mean, what to do here. Aha, he moves bishop to g3. Okay, returns back, not to e5 but to g3. Okay, makes sense, and this kind of gives me an idea that he's not planning to take on c4 after queen c6. So now if, say, queen c6 happens, I mean, you could take on c4, but
Is this good to allow, since the queen on c3 wouldn't be so good, and knight d5
knight
is
d5
coming?
is coming, yeah, and white's not in time by one move. Look, I mean,
Right.
white goes e4, and then if you do, well, pretty much anything, white blocks with the queen, and I think he's actually better, because once again, it's very hard to get the knight to help the pawn.
Because there's queen a4, queen b3, maybe?
Queen a4, queen b3, but the white will reply even with bishop e1, yeah? So the problem is, like the knight on b5 is what really kicks the queen away. And by the same token here, like the you go queen c3, you've mentioned yourself. So after e4, black just gonna play c3. You go to c2, hoping for bishop e1, but once again, it's all about initiative, right? Queen to c4, so now he attacks the d4 pawn. Bishop f2, yeah, but then, strangely, I may say, play another move, because it's not clear how to continue. Like your bishop is tied down to defending d4. Queen does, well, a relatively okay job of, blocking the c-pawn, but doesn't do anything else. Yeah, so basically black can just keep the move, but also black can go queen b4, so that he attacks a5, attacks d4, and also threatens queen b2. So that's certainly not the line So has to go for. I think his real plan is to play something like rook b1, rook c2, and possibly queen d1. Queen d1 for now stops black from trading the rooks, and white wants to play h3 to be able to play king h2, and then will start an attack of his own, like rook b8 or rook b6, somewhere there. But first you need to hide the king in safety. So first h3, king h2, and then we'll see what to do next. is so winning. Really hard to tell. He's much better, but. And there was a question about us or our opponents messing things up in the winning position, right? Was it?
Yes, I think so.
Comes from someone who really believes in our chess playing abilities, because that was pretty much every second game I would play. It depends on the scale, of course, of what you call a winning position. I mean, I would hardly mess up kind of calm position being rook up. Yeah, the good positions that you or your opponents manage to mess up. Yeah, that's every second game really. Like making a good position less good or not good at all. That's what we are players all about, I believe. That's what the real skill is.
We're trying our best.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I think there were some questions that I forwarded.
They'll pop up. Don't worry.
I hope so. I just need to go back and check if they're still here. Oh, someone recalled something you said, I think, just a little bit ago. He said, yeah, I remember reading that in Chess Fundamentals by Capablanca.
Queen and knight, better than queen and
Probably,
bishop.
yeah.
Yeah. You see, I mean, how old am I? I helped Capablanca to write his book.
Oh, jeez. I wonder when that book was actually published.
I don't know.
Anyone can let us know.
Don't know. Must have been like
19
1920s. Yeah, 1920s, I believe. Must have been.
Uh-huh. Wow.
All right. And
Another question. If Wesley So is winning, or is it just so?
yeah, I think by that point, I mean, any single possible pun with, I mean, kind of abusing Wesley's family name was already made up. So
yes, I don't have to feel too bad about all the jokes made about my surname as well. So
yeah.
I'm happy I'm not the only one. Yeah. Ooh, Queen B5.
All right, that's a clever choice, in fact.
Yeah.
Because I think I figured out, the Queen C6 would be met with Rook B1, right? So that's why.
Okay.
That's why specifically Queen B5 to control the B file as well. So now.
What I'm confused about is one of the recommended moves is actually taking the rook, but this is something we had discussed in probably just a slightly different position.
Yes, because now, look, if you take with the pawn, white is in time. White is in time to play e4. Because in our line, the queen was on c6, and that would allow black to push c3. With queen on b5, arguably more active, right? But c3 is captured immediately. And then if you threaten c3, white's still in time to play bishop e1.
Okay.
And that is actually...
That's the big difference.
Yeah, that's an incredibly sharp position, this one. In terms of like, if black is in time for some knight e8, c7, b5, he might be getting winning chances. But if he's not, like if white literally goes queen c3, trades, goes bishop c3, so even the pawn as far advances on b3 is not dangerous, then white is simply winning. So if this happens on the board, it will be like few moves from here will decide the game. And I wonder what white's other options are. I mean, you can start by going bishop e1. There is no problem with that.
If someone manages to make a pun out of Evgenij's surname, that would be spectacular. In fact, it would be a miracle.
Yeah. And that's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah, I'm reading chat. Good job, guys.
Remember we were talking like 10 moves ago how inevitably this will be a time trouble game.
Yes.
Nothing. So move 30.
I don't think so. I mean, 10 moves with 25 minutes.
So now it's move 30 with 25 minutes with 20 minutes plus the increment. Let's not forget. Yeah, so it's not. It's more that you have for a whole rapid game, right?
Yeah.
So once
I think
again, if we get heartbeat monitors, heart rate monitors, I don't but I don't think that we'll have any three digits figures there.
Yeah. And yeah, I was about to say something, but I completely forgot. Perhaps I remember. Yes, there was that time deficit, but as soon as you think one is up on time, the other thing's really long. So
Yeah. So that was exactly the pattern that we've witnessed for the few times already in this tournament, right? So one gets just slightly below on the clock, like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and then the other guy catches up.
So we do have a move.
Yeah, rook takes.
And okay,
Rook takes and
takes.
pawn takes was played quickly. Now I honestly expect e4. Yeah, no time wasting there. e4. Stopping knight d5.
Right, e4 is all, yeah.
Yeah, like the knight's not getting there. Just look at this knight not being able to join the game. That's so. Once again, like knight on c6, knight on, I mean, anywhere on better squares.
They're talking about the pronunciation of your name in chat. And I'm assuming it's Evgenij?
Same, I mean, it's... If it starts with E, so imagine it starts with Y. Yeah, Evgenij. I mean, would be Evgenij. Yeah, that would be sort of more of a so Y or J. I mean, some people write it from J, in fact. But no, but then you'd read it. Yeah, you'd read it differently. No, that's probably Y. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you pronounce the E?
Evgenij, yeah? Evgenij. So same as Yesipenko, as we were learning Yesipenko, if you remember.
Yesipenko, right.
That's pretty much the same.
Evgenij.
Evgenij, exactly.
So I stand corrected.
Beautiful.
So what would the move here be for black? I don't think we discussed further than this.
Not really. So I would think queen b3 maybe, kind of hinting at c4, c3. So white, I'm guessing, is forced to go bishop e1 to stop c3, and then I would try to really to relocate this knight somewhere, like after queen b3, by the way, is on the board. Queen b3 is on the board. Yes, if bishop e1 played, let's imagine, I would probably go knight e8. Not that I like my knight on e8, I like it on b5. Yes, it goes to e8.
Right, probably trying to get there.
e8, yeah. d6, and hopefully b5. Yeah, supporting the c pawn. But then the moment I go knight e8, of course, I have to watch out for moves like d5 from white.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So far we are...
And there's still no checks for black, goodness me.
Yeah, so far we are headed towards this direction. So bishop e1 is on the board. Here nobody wants to see c-pawn advancing.
Right.
And yeah, and black, if he doesn't try any knight move, he's not left with a lot of stuff to do, to be honest. I mean, what can he do? Knight e8, yeah. Knight e8's on the board. Wesley,
okay. I was wondering what the future of the king was in case of the move, maybe queen b1 or something of the likes.
Of the king?
Probably king.
Probably king f2. It depends. I mean, you can kind of play h3, king h2, and the king is absolutely safe, right? But on the other hand, if we ever trade the queens, king might be too far. or king f2, where it's clearly helpful, but then runs under some checks. Yeah. Can you see? At some point, it was showing Wesley's heart rate reaching like 80s, which is
Really?
yeah, which
Wait,
I
let's
thought
check.
which I thought was like really high. So
Okay, so far we have Wesley on 69, and Amin on,
82. Is it?
I think it says 56.
56. It's impossible. I mean, it's totally off.
It must be. I can assume that it would be a lot more accurate with like a wristband on.
Absolutely.
I'm pretty sure they have this like general wristbands or something like that. They can tell.
Okay, so d5 is played. So I guess the entire sequence. But what does it give us? Not much, yeah?
Oh dear. Okay, so d5 was played.
yeah. And it's more questions.
You want the evaluation?
More,
Let me know.
Yeah, more questions and answers. Yeah, ed5. I mean, I wonder what we are capturing with after ed5, which apparently is the move. Because if we take with the pawn, makes us a passed pawn, and we are hopeful to kind of start rolling it, but knight d6 blocks the pawn. Evaluation, I would bet white is completely winning, like +4 or something.
Close. Oh, maybe it is +4 actually, because the depth of the engine I'm looking at is 21 moves, and it's plus 3.5. So it could very well be.
Yeah, 3.5 and 4 are like more or less.
Yeah. Miro 13.0 says the evaluation is +4.
It's a very rough estimation. If you are forced to round up the 3.5 to whole number, it rounds up to 4, right? So that's...
Yeah.
So ed5, queen d5. And then, yeah, I got it. And then you put the queen on d4 and the bishop on c3. And then the c pawn is blocked, and you attack g7, or I don't know, or queen on e5 and bishop on c3, something of that sort. So that you attack g7, you're blocking the c pawn, and black will need one of the pieces to guard g7, and probably the knight, yeah? So this knight basically never gets to b5, because it's forced to guard g7. And the c pawn is not moving, and that means that white simply pushes the king side. So queen d4. Yeah, I think white's winning. I think white's simply winning.
Well, what is the following moves? Let's see.
I think queen d4. Knight c7. Yeah, okay. This is what I would.
Okay.
This is what I would try to make work. Queen d4, knight c7, bishop c3, knight e6, queen e5. There is no perpetual because the king is running away to g3. And then somehow slowly some h pawn move, f pawn move should eventually get me there, it feels like. Yeah, so if white...
Apparently, as it stands, it's +5.
Yeah.
Whoa. Whoa.
No, but really, if you can't really break this setup immediately, if white is allowed to put the queen on d4, bishop on c3, then black's left without any counterplay, and then it should be... I mean, it takes some time to win, yes, but like the debate is white winning or not is kind of gone by that point. Move 35, that is. So now Wesley has to be very precise. I wonder if he can... Well, actually, the c pawn is pinned for now, so he might use this moment to, say, place... So, I mean, c3 is not a threat yet, right? c3 is not a threat yet. He could also try queen e5, kind of not letting even like knight c7 to happen. So to play queen e5, there is somewhat annoying check on e3, but you go king f1. And then after some checks, you will hide on g3 no matter what. Yeah, I think it's just no chance for black, to be honest. Yeah, so that was the move I was looking at. Queen to e5. Once again, controlling c3 square 2 times and nothing happened. You have a check on e3, white goes to f1. Then you have another check, king goes to f2. And then if it's one more check, 3.
That's all.
Yeah, you go here. I mean, it's actually tricky after knight f6, because bishop c3, for instance, would be really inaccurate, because black would go knight h5, and after king h3, black would go knight f4, trying to distract the queen, right, from protecting the bishop. And this is kind of highlights the difference between queen's endings and any other endings, basically, because you don't really care that you're a pawn down as long as you have the c-pawn, right? If those are the rooks, not the queens, right? White just puts the rook behind pass pawn, says, okay, the pawn's not going anywhere, and I will progress on the king side. But here it's not really different, right? I mean,
the queen
you
can
go queen
still support the
d3,
pawn
you
from a
push
different
it,
file,
and white is probably forced to come up with some sort of perpetual later on. Yeah, but here after knight f6, if white is precise, he's going to go h3, hide the king on h2, and then play bishop c3. And I'm afraid it's a little you can do here.
King h7.
King h7, yeah, Wesley.
I'm wondering what happens after queen f5.
Queen f5 check. That's also an option, yeah. I mean, it's a little bit, inhuman, simply because, or maybe it is human, maybe it's in kind of Miro doesn't like to calculate. That's why I'm more into, like kind of schematic thinking. I'm thinking, okay, I have to put this one here.
Because if king h8, queen f8, king g8, now you have another check on queen e6. But I did get this with the help of the engine, 100%.
Yeah, no, I actually had something like that on my radar, and I wasn't sure if it's if it's beneficial at all for white. I mean, it's clear you get the king on f8, but there is no final bishop b4 checkmate or bishop c5 checkmate, right? And quite possibly there is a move here which wins for white that I don't see. I don't know, some queen b6 maybe? Maybe queen b6 is a naughty move, because it covers e3. You can't trade with black because the b pawn will promote, right? Knight d6 runs into bishop b4, and that's why I need your king on f8. And funny enough, white quite possibly wants to trade and then stop it with bishop c3 and the king runs forward. Yeah, maybe this is just winning because white also threatens bishop b4. Maybe this is just winning. He did play queen f5. Yeah, king g8. But he might as well just return to the, to the previous line. Just give one more check, force the king to f8, and then go with queen e5, bishop f6 setup. It's not that much different.
Well,
you could also...
Bishop h4 at the end, king still runs to g3. Oh, so someone suggests bishop h4 at the end of this.
That's a beautiful line, yeah. That's a beautiful line. Originally, I thought that'd be g5, but then you take the h-pawn with a check and then g5 pawn with a check.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can do this, and hang on, let's check. So check over here, king f1, and yeah, kind of eventually you are running over here, right?
Maybe there's a check on d6
and
as well.
There's a check on d6, and this is where you are not very happy. That's exactly something to avoid, because now, not
maybe it's
only,
a little bit better for black.
I mean, yeah, probably, because you're in the square of this pawn. You won't lose, right? You won't lose, but gives black, of course, much better chance for a draw. Like even like knight b7, an awkward move, which probably wins the a5 pawn. So 18
Oh,
minutes.
if it wasn't for that nasty check on d6, I also would have loved that line. I mean, I was looking at bishop h4, but I stopped after g5 and missed that the h6 pawn was hanging, actually.
No, but that's why I thought that you probably want to just keep it under control. And that would have been achieved with queen d4, because there won't be any checks.
That's a nice line with queen d6, indeed. Indeed it is. So now we're sort of waiting in suspense. where Sissot has been thinking for 7.5 minutes with 13 minutes on his clock. I mean, they are 4 moves away from reaching the time control.
Okay. And in his case, I mean, he's free to go queen e6, king f8, queen f5 back, if anything, right? So it's not like he won't make it to the time control. Just that he's absolutely right in his belief that the position is mathematically winning. We already know this with the help of Evgenij, right? So, yeah, by the way, after this, I know it was queen e6 check, right? Queen e6 check here. And once again, if I'm back to kind of the pensioner's plan, which is queen e5 and bishop c3, right? I just thought if you continue giving checks, there isn't such a line where you trade the queens. Wanted to mention that, yeah, like trading the queens here doesn't really help much. But you can't even trade the queens. Queen d6, I mean, you probably do trade it, but white just wins immediately. Queen d5 check back. So in fact, he returns to d5, exactly as I was thinking. Yeah, maybe repeat the position once, get to the time control, and then, you have basically extra half an hour for solving this puzzle with, with the description white wins, and probably it's possible to solve. Back to h7. You probably give one more check then.
How far behind Ding is so rating-wise? Well, I think Ding Liren just crossed or regained the second world spot, right? So he's number 2 in rating at the moment after having played, and it looks like he will reach the number of games necessary to play in the candidates. I mean, he has like 3 tournaments sort of set up for him. He's playing in a tournament right now, and then he has a match against Wei Yi, and then I think there's another one sort of planned for him. So there's a chance, a very, very good chance that he will play in the candidates.
But what was once again, I'm probably not, on one hand, kind of a professional chess commentator, but not following chess that much lately. So the trick with Ding Liren was that because of COVID, he didn't play enough tournament games, right? That was the problem,
yeah,
right?
He was having trouble attaining a visa, I believe.
Yeah, this much I know. So that's why he skipped Grand Prix. But, I mean, you've mentioned specifically that he has to play that many rated games.
He needs 30 games, but he only had 6, I think.
Okay.
And now he needs to play 24 before, like, May something. Yeah, so that's why he has so many planned. And, I mean, there was an article written about how it's unlikely, but it is possible, so that's what he's going for. Yeah.
All right.
So perhaps someone should get Magnus Carlsen in another interview now that Ding has regained his number 2 spot and ask him, will you play the World Championship if Ding Liren wins? And I'll be like, I will only play the World Championship if Ding Liren is my opponent.
No, I think really, like, I find it a little bit strange from Magnus. Of course, he knows best, but yeah, this statement about I'm only playing if Alireza wins, and that's a little bit. So basically, that's sort of a claim that Yeah, I'm retiring, right? Because no, I don't know really.
Yeah, I could probably pull up the article to see exactly which tournaments he will be playing over the next month and a half, I guess. Let's see.
Those are the tournaments in China, right?
I believe so, yeah. So at the moment, he started a 12-game tournament in Hangzhou, China, with. So that's what he's been doing. I mean, he gained 6 rating points over the last couple of days, and according to the Chinese GM's upcoming schedule, he will reach 30 rated games. That is needed in time to be eligible for the candidates tournament. So I'm trying to see which games he will be playing. Oh, right. So he has a 6-game match with GM Wei Yi between the 5th and 10th of April, and then a 10-game qualifier event for the 2022 Asian Games between 14 and 24 April. So that'll make a total of 28 games, 2 more needed. So we'll see what he gets up to.
Okay. Hopefully everything's still good. I think like we've possibly lost connection now. Lost Jessie's camera for just kind of slightest bit, but hopefully she's coming back. Yeah, you're here with us, right? No.
And I was just talking, at least for the broadcast, not my own computer. Yeah. I'm here.
Well, actually, since we know what the position is, I think it's the best view we can have now, because we know what the position is. This was position a couple of moves ago. Yeah, that we'll be repeating it one more time. And yeah, seeing his clock ticking down, seeing Wesley trying to calculate, and he seems to be just a tiny bit nervous, like checking the number of moves, checking this, checking that. By the way, he cannot really make it to move 40 without making a decision. Now I realized, because you can go Queen F5 check one more time, yeah, and then King's gonna go to G8. That's move 38. But then if on move 39 you go Queen D5, your opponent is allowed to claim a draw by writing King H7 down on his score sheet and call the arbiter. So you can, sometimes, like repeating once was kind of a advised technique by some experts. Like if you're, let's say that's a fresh position. This
do not hurry, right?
kind of never happened before, and it's move 38. And then you are to decide, do you go Queen E5, do you go Queen D4? Then of course you play Queen F5 and Queen D5 back, you collect this extra half an hour so that you have more time, because that's a critical position for sure, right? But Wesley won't have such luxury. So he will have to decide before the time control.
Right. Interesting. Chad is trying to decipher whether it is smokes in Amin's pocket over there.
Okay, there is some funny line there. So check King D6 and Queen A6. Queen E3 apparently makes a draw because too many checks.
So what happens after King F1 there? Oh, but you say in the case of taking the pawn on
like
A6.
if he takes the pawn on A6, it's a check, King F1, check, King F2, check from D4, and then check from check from E5. So the best you
so
can
this wouldn't be possible with the queen on B6.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So that's why I wanted this Queen B6, so that the diagonal is controlled, and in fact, Black would have no checks at all. But yeah, that's time to make a decision. Imagine how silly it's gonna be if he spends all the time and goes for the repetition.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
he
sure
still has-
at least he knows that he has this repetition if he needs it. But maybe he's looking for
No,
something
I mean,
more
of course,
here,
he's looking for something
Yeah.
more. It's just that, yeah, hopefully, because I do remember Wesley doing something like this, maybe not in such an obviously better position, but I remember him kind of going for the repetition where he was clearly, where he clearly had the advantage. So I don't think it will be the case here, but who knows?
Hmm. 7 minutes, so his think time's now.
Again, some
minutes.
8 minutes, 10 minutes.
So Chad is asking what is the best move? And it was actually this continuation, I think, with, after I checked, it was Queen F5, King G8, and Queen E6. But after that, I wasn't sure, maybe King F2 or something like that.
So check over here, and King F2. But that's a hard one.
It is tough. This King F2, I would not see
like
any day of the week.
it's strange why exactly you need the Queen on E6 for this King F2. And perhaps like a check like this in C3, and then even some bishop F2,
Maybe
bishop
now you bring it
C5,
in.
yeah, bishop F2,
Yeah,
bishop
maybe.
C5, and black cannot stop it. But that's a hard line. It's not that easy
It's
to
difficult.
not that easy to spot. Because really, stuff
hope he
I
does.
was talking about, this Queen E5, Bishop C3, or Queen D4, Bishop C3, it's more of a schematic thinking, right? You just arrange the pieces that way. And so, by the way, still, I'm not convinced that Queen D4 doesn't work. So no checks now, right? And say knight c7, I do play bishop c3, threatening checkmate in one, so knight e6 is a must. And I go queen e5, right? And that checks, but you're running out of checks, right? And I think this is what white was looking for. And then, yeah, the plan is to go h3, king h2, and push the f-pawn forward.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
So not ever taking the knight.
yeah, if I take the knight, black takes the bishop, we are back to the situation with black having the passed pawn.
Yeah. Ooh, 2 queens.
Yeah, that's a glitch. That's a glitch. Okay, 2 queens would be nice, but what about Wesley having like kind of last 5 minutes? Well, only 3 moves, I agree, but still.
Yeah. I mean, sitting back, either accepting his fate or confident that Wesley will not find the continuation.
Yeah, actually he acts cool, right? He acts cool, like well, absolutely relaxed posture, which might be for 2 reasons. You believe your position is good, like nothing can be done to your position, or you just given up and basically sitting there waiting for your opponent to find the win.
Yeah, he's getting dangerously low on time now with 4 minutes. Probably just making sure, because I think once you find the way forward, you won't really need to use any much of your time, and you'll just be gaining
Yeah, of
increment and
course.
soon enough reaching move 40. So I think this is a critical moment for him.
Queen f5 played. Okay, if queen f5 played, you can no longer return, right?
Right, because then that's
So
threefold.
you have to either go queen e6 and go for this king f2 line, or kind of last chance is that you play queen e5 bishop c3 setup that I was advertising. King g8, of course, is played pretty quickly, and then this last check brought him 1 move closer to the sime control, but still 2 more moves needed. 2 more moves needed, and I'll see. think pretty much anything in
Oh,
reality.
he played it.
He played Queen
played it.
E6, yeah, but he
did.
only played Queen E6 yet.
Yes, we have faith. We have faith for a decisive result today. Of course, being a commentator, I'm very unbiased, but I am enthusiastic about a decisive result.
Okay. What else can you do? Yeah, was King F2 the move, right? King F2 was the move.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, King F2 and King G3, followed by.
King F2 was the move, and I'm still not convinced Queen B6 doesn't work, but maybe, yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean, the moment you see King F2, you realize it's the move, yeah, because the C pawn's not moving. That's kind of important, right? And you know what happens after, that's a funny one. You know what happens after C3? You probably stop this pawn like this. You go Queen C4.
Oh, and then pushing it, there's the check.
And this, yeah, is met with a check. You just
Oh,
win.
and that's like mate in5 or something.
Yeah. I mean, you'll probably have to take on B4, and then white captures,
right.
gives a check, captures C2, so basically
Yeah.
wins on a spot. H4 played by Wesley. That was his move 40.
Very
H4,
nice.
okay.
And he's gonna
So
take a stroll.
same pattern that after this check. I mean, why it's helpful to play H4 so that now you can play Bishop F2, and after this check you can go to H2. So
But you probably also have King H3 in hand if you need it.
yeah, but you don't
Not
even
necessary.
need it. Yeah, after
Yeah.
this check you have Bishop G3. So the problem was that there was back rank issues. Like if you I don't know, if you play E5 for instance, that be Queen E3,
Yeah.
Bishop F2 is impossible because Queen C1. Yeah. So H4 helps to have Bishop F2. And yeah, and the knight is totally dominated by the queen. The C pawn is pinned, so cannot move. Maybe he achieves what it takes to win this after H4. So you probably do try to pin the bishop, like go Queen D1 or something, Queen B1. Try to pin it, try to force the king to F2. But then still, I mean, honestly, since I've discovered this motif, like Queen C4, it keeps reoccurring to me. Like Queen C4 here would win as well. And then C2, Bishop B4, check, right? It's a little bit less trivial, but it wins. So check on B4, knight D6. And then I guess the easiest would be just to take and then take C2. It's 2 extra pawns. There might be some technical issues, but 2 extra pawns should be enough.
And not the technical issues we face.
All right. So move 40 for Tabatabai, and yeah, let's remind our viewers that the timing you have on a screen right now, the clock situation is not the real clock situation, right? Because Wesley so made his move 40, and Tabatabai will make his move 40. I mean, he will not lose on time. That means extra half an hour should be added to each player's clock. Queen D1.
Queen D1.
Queen D1. Yeah, I guessed it correctly. Queen D1.
Nice.
So the only discussion, the only possible discussion that we might have is what happens after Queen D4, King G3, and some sort of Queen D6 check. I know, but this loses, right? I
Because now you
go
get
Bishop
the knight.
B4.
And you're in the square.
And I even
You don't
go,
even have to
yeah,
take.
I go E5.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. You can win it like this. You can go King F4, and after King E6, you can take.
Yeah, but
And
there's something
stop
way
it,
easier.
right? It's stop it. But E5
Yeah.
is just much easier. Yeah, E5, and even after C3, you have the time to take.
It's
And even
okay to
guard
come back.
the E5 pawn, and
Oh,
then
wow.
go Bishop A3. So that's like playing for the maximum,
Yeah.
right? queen d1. Yeah, king f2 is automatic, so... yeah, as soon as he comes back... Yeah, as soon as he comes back to the board, he goes king f2.
And if c3?
c3 here.
Oh, he didn't even.
No, queen d4.
I
Queen
think he
d4 is
played-
correct. Yeah, queen d4,
okay.
king g3, and this is where you go. This is where you go c3. So things might not be that clear, because this is where you go c3. And then if queen b3, kind of trying to play for the same trick, black has queen e5 check. It's far from being trivial. You have queen c6, you have... well, Wesley, in fact... no, they're still on the previous move, so it's only king g3, right? It's only king g3.
Yeah, I mean, he's thinking now.
Yeah, let's see, because it might be that he has some sequence planned and then he'll play quickly. I mean, you probably do play quickly, because bishop b4 is kind of a checkmate threat, or rather win the game threat. So you probably play something quickly, and this is c4, c3. This is c4, c3, and we can give Wesley a couple of minutes.
I'm pretty sure that my heart is beating harder than both of them.
Yeah, they
combined. Oh my gosh.
seem to be a bit bored with the position, interestingly, right? Even though the position, I mean, unless you've calculated everything till the end, the position seems to be quite sharp, in fact. There is options for both sides. Yeah, so I really wonder, queen b3, what do you do? Could it be some... Because now, after, you know what, after Tabatabay's escape against Yu Yangyi, remember that this monster game where it ended up with him sacrificing the knight and going for the perpetual. I'm seeing ghosts like this, for instance. I mean, once again, the line itself is irrelevant. It's just that to illustrate some knight e4, you know, takes, queen e3, and out of this world perpetual. I mean, I'm constantly looking for stuff like that.
It would be nice.
Simply because he kind of taught us that he's capable of... Yeah, I mean, this perpetual, by the way, I mean, in case you were wondering, it doesn't work. Yeah, king g1. King f1, and then you are crawling along the first rank, and then you eventually get somewhere around b2 and you win the game. But yeah, I mean, now apart from kind of logical follow-ups, you look at any kind of such tricks as well. But yeah, but I think it shouldn't work. I think objectively white is winning with queen b3.
Yeah, so queen b3 is one of the main moves, as well as bishop f2.
Bishop f2. Aha.
As well.
I'm wondering if bishop f2 is better, in fact. Because I'm not even sure what black is supposed to do. You don't have checks, right? Like in queen c6 case, from human standpoint, or queen b3 case, that there is like queen e5 check and so on, so you are a little bit annoyed. After bishop f2, I don't even see any checks. Like queen.
So probably with the queen d6 check, you're not up 2 moves, but rather 1.
Yeah, but you're still winning. Yeah, you're taking and stopping the pawn, and king e7, e5 doesn't really change the equation. Yeah, you still take and you still go to a3. Yeah, so bishop f2, plain and simple, it just wins. And then then of course you prefer bishop f2 over queen b3, simply because it doesn't. Wait a second. So bishop f2, if he moves the queen in such a way that he controls c5, can he do this? Queen b4, right? But then there is no checks, and something like queen c6 should be good enough, because you are threatening bishop c5 again. There is a check on b8, but it doesn't change much. Yeah, I think it's done.
And that close-up of the board made it look as though Wesley So had timed out, but he had received his 30 extra minutes. That was made my heart jump because you see the flag, but you also know you have 30 minutes, and it's like,
Right.
okay, I have to double check if I've made it to move 40 or not.
But he did, right? It's already moved 40,
Yeah.
43 for him to play.
Yes.
All right, since he's got an increment, since he's thinking still, and obviously for us it's, yeah, bishop f2 wins, so that let's just play bishop f2. For him, the game is so much important, this extra half an hour makes a lot of difference. He might spend like 15 minutes double checking everything, because once again, bishop f2 is not the only move, and you might have, I mean, some ghosts here and there, and yeah, you want to be super sure that the move you choose just wins. And yeah, and after he makes a move, Amin, I believe, will still be looking for chances, and all that I'm saying to declare the next break. So after the time control, there is a well-established tradition that we go for a break, we wait for one player to make the move and then for the other to make the move, right, so kind of to return to the game after the... So they have a little bit of break, and we have. And then we'll continue, have some 10 minutes, we'll stay till the end with this game, which is, yeah, close to its decisive stage.
Sounds good.
Hi, I'm Vidit Gujarati. I'm 27 years old, an international chess grandmaster from India. I'm also the brand ambassador for FIDE Online Arena. It's a place where you can play for online rating and online titles which can be recognized by FIDE officially. I feel chess is a sport which can be definitely played online, which other sports don't enjoy the luxury of. And the most important thing is that you can play from the comfort of your home, be it any time, against strong players all around the globe. And since the past 2 years, we have seen a boom in online chess, and be it for professional players or for people who have just started, I think it provides a great opportunity. In the next few months, I'll be streaming and playing games on the FIDE Online Arena. So be a part of it, and who knows, maybe we'll end up playing a game with each other. See you soon on the FIDE Online Arena.
Okay, and yeah, this commentator's trick worked once again, but there was no intention to trick. Yeah.
Not at all.
As I said, I mean,
We found bishop f2, Miro.
yeah, he played, but I didn't expect it to be the last move. It turns out that there is
Yeah.
absolutely no way to continue after bishop f2, right? I was thinking of, going c2 and after bishop takes d4, go in c1, but this would not prolong the fight very much. I mean, you'd be 2 pawns down, first of all, right? Because your queen is gone and the new queen costed you a pawn, basically.
Oh, that's true. You never really think about that. The pawn is replaced by a queen, and that's actually just being a pawn down in the case where you're equal. Yeah.
You've lost the pawn, yeah. And you would lose the game after something like queen d5 immediately in this specific variation. Yeah, so as you can see, the players, discussing the game. Yeah, there's some other line apparently that could happen. Would he not go for the pawn sacrifice? Very important win for Wesley So. So tomorrow his only task is to make a draw. He'll have black, so some pressure on him, but knowing his very solid opening repertoire, I think he's up to the task.
Indeed. So all he does need is a draw, but I think there'll be some fireworks on board for the other players. I mean, we have Hikaru Nakamura and Shak Mamedyarov both on half a point now, going into the last round of the semi-finals.
Yeah, Shak definitely will try to, at least to surprise Hikaru in the opening. I believe that's what he's gonna try. If there is any advantage to Shak over Hikaru, is that really Shak plays more competitive chess, right? Kind of more chess on high level nowadays, and therefore must have more opening bombs, opening preparation ideas. You
think he's more informed?
Yes, sort of, kind of works more on specifically opening surprises, preparing against high level opponents.
Okay.
So those are the results. Not too many because we only had 2 games, right? And I believe,
and we will be back tomorrow as well with another match.
So I believe that's all for today, right? So we will wait for the players to get into interview area. So let's wait for them to finish the post-mortem. I actually absolutely love the culture of players, analyzing after the game. And sometimes regret that, computers, destroyed the game in many aspects. Now you absolutely have to work on opening, which for the lazy person as myself is really a nightmare. But also, modern players, especially young players, nowadays, they don't like, to analyze all that much. Very often they would just run to their hotel room and check what computer is saying.
That's true. I really enjoy watching them sort of talk about the game because you'll always see maybe something that you didn't see earlier in the game and your opponent was maybe thinking about. And I saw the close-up on the board now. They were actually checking a line that we had discussed. That sort of natural taking and the bishop ending up on d1 and e1, I think it was, and the rook taking on b6. And that's what we sort of spoke about. And they're discussing it now. I love to see it.
Yeah, so after queen a4 in this line, Wesley seemingly can't really figure out what the evaluation is. Yeah, takes and it could have been absolutely different position, right?
Right.
Still,
without the queens.
Still perhaps white being better because of this silly knight on f6. Now that I'm looking at this position from a camera view, it still seems to be more pleasant for white. Yeah, so we'll wait for the players to start an interview, and that will be the end of today's broadcast. So once again, thanks for joining us, and make sure to do the same tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, apart from watching the tiebreak, the potential tiebreak of the semifinals, you'll also get a chance to play in FIDE Arena tournament at 3 p.m. GMT or UTC.
Yeah, I believe that's coming up.
Yeah. So win pocket chess set or 5 spots to a free arena membership.
Yeah, I'll consider playing in it myself.
Yeah, but for this, we will have to have no tie breaks at all, or a very short tie break, right? It's
Yes, I will
it's
cross
on
my
a
fingers.
working day, right?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much, Mira. And I think do we have to wait for
I
the
think
interview
it's
to be
better.
over
Yeah,
as well?
I think it's better if we run away at the start of the interview. So that's why I'm saying goodbye in advance, kind of.
In advance, yeah.
And thanks, Chad, for participating in today's broadcast. I really
Yeah,
enjoyed.
they raised a lot of
yeah.
important topics that we had to cover, of
Yeah,
course.
the food thing. Yeah, keep more questions like this coming, because
Yeah.
favorite food, favorite drink. I mean, those are
Favorite color.
those are the lovely type of questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, but hopefully we will not see it like returning to move 1, because we are not that far away from it. Yeah, knight c8 was better, as I was saying. Yeah, now that they came to this knight c8 discussion.
Oh, yeah.
Knight c8 and so on.
Instead of what was played.
Yeah.
Oh, that led to the rook being on a4, I saw. Okay.
Right, and what I absolutely love about snooker broadcasts, that they have a sound from the playing hall, and you can hear kind of the bang of the balls and so on, and over there, yes, while the game is played, you perhaps don't wanna listen to someone grunting or snoring or whatever it is. But after the game, it would really be lovely to have a microphone next to the board so that we could hear what they're talking about and what mood they are in. So
That's true. I know for the World Championship they had this microphone inside the hall to hear the post-mortem, or rather the analysis between players. Yeah.
Yeah, so there is that. There is also sometimes the crowd. If you have the real crowd, kind of a live crowd, not only people on internet watching, sometimes it gives you this presence feeling, crowd stays silent, but inevitably produces some slight noises, and then once again, wow, like what a move.
Well, I think at the moment you mentioned crowd, I was picturing WWE, and I don't think that's the same sort of crowd that we're going for. A wrestling crowd.
Okay, so they keep analyzing, Chelsea. I'm not even sure. What do we do? Any questions in the chat by any chance? So that, because it's really hard to keep up with the analysis, not seeing the board in full, and also not hearing what they're talking about.
Yeah, perhaps the analyzing will go longer than the game lasted, so they'll be learning something between themselves.
Yeah, not necessarily, but I had such experiences, believe it or not. I probably mentioned already, or maybe it was the day with Vidit. I've mentioned I'm confusing things. No, sorry, it wasn't in our. Was in our shows, it was in a master class I had with Boris Gelfand. But anyway, I've mentioned the game against Karpov that I've lost terribly, and then had the chance to analyze with him for an hour and a half or so. And I was already 2650 Grandmaster, and still spending 1.5 hours and seeing kind of stuff he has to mention, and seeing his way of approaching some positions. It really helps to sort things out, right? And same but much earlier happened to me when I've played Korchnoi once again, and I played the King's Indian with black and made a draw, and that combination of things upset Great Victor great deal. So he said, you young man, you play the King's Indian against me, Viktor Korchnoi, So he was really kind of surprised with one of the facts, either me playing the King's Indian or him not winning. So I had sort of a masterclass on all the positions. He was trying to prove that he was better all the game, and maybe rightfully so.
It's like you singing the song, but then he comes along and he says, "I wrote that song."
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, so there was. I mean, that's a very, very good experience for, in this case, it's hard to say. I believe it's still Amin who has to kind of to learn something from Wesley, perhaps. Yeah. Okay. So I believe they're moving into the interview zone, and that's once again will be our time to say goodbye for today, and be sure to join tomorrow for a second day of the semi-finals in Berlin Grand Prix. The final leg, the winners of the Grand Prix circuit are already determined. We don't know if it will be Nakamura winning alone or shared with Raput, right? It depends on the semi-final match. But the winners of the third leg, FIDE Grand Prix, yet to be determined. Like anything can happen. So see you guys tomorrow. Enjoy the interview.
First of all, I kind of look at this line a little bit. But any case, my first game against Amin, and he's a very strong player. Also, I think the opening is very well prepared. So this line is very new. It hasn't had many games yet, but the pawn structure is very interesting with f-pawn on e6 and pawn on c4. It's full of fighting possibilities. I think I checked some line, but I wasn't very happy with what I got out of the opening. I felt black was completely fine. Also, bishop e1 doesn't seem to be the best move, but I'm not sure. It's a very complicated game. And I think we were analyzing also after the game. Maybe in general, black should have installed the knight on c4 right away, no matter what happens, and then black is completely fine. But in the game, my opponent hesitated, played rook f7, and then later on, I think we both agreed knight a4, trading the knight was a mistake. Because in the game, the knight on f6 is very passive, and he could never bring it to c4.
You also spent a lot of time on move queen a2. I mean, was it the most difficult moment for you in the game?
Yeah, I wasn't particularly happy with my position, but it's not really my fault because I was just following some ideas that I analyzed. So when I had the first long think, I wasn't very happy because when I played bishop e1, then I could almost never play knight a2 because black can just take the bishop on e1. So I wasn't very happy, and I was considering a lot of possibilities, but I think the position was just equal at that point.
I mean, your comment. What happened? What went wrong? And at which point?
Yeah, it was a very difficult game for me. As Wesley pointed out, it's very new line, and black is fine, but it's very complicated position, and I think lack of experience cost me in this game. There were so many options after queen a2 for me, and I couldn't really decide between them. So the moment when I played knight a4, I thought at first that black is completely fine, but he just, after queen d2, the idea of bishop g3, black is just, I think, much worse already at that point. And but anyway, in general, it's great to play against such a strong opponent. I'm getting more and more experienced. I'm thinking if somebody can punish me in these positions is Wesley, like top players. So yeah, I'm a bit disappointed of the game, how it went, but of course, like, I need these losses to become more and more experienced and to be a better player.
Yeah, definitely. Chess is a very hard career. I remember every single year I have lots of difficulties. So even now I'm trying to improve, but for young players, if you want to be a chess professional, it's not going to be an easy life. So
For sure. And but at the same time, you were trying to be still careful at the ending because remembering the game from against Evgenij.
That was crazy. I was happy when I won a pawn, but fortunately, you have to ask how he saved that game, but yeah, it was crazy. But actually, I look at that game, Evgenij, and there were still some tricks, even in the very end, because of this a-pawn.
Actually, it felt that in your game also there were some tricks. Have you thought about it? I mean,
Not really. I mean, I knew like there is almost zero hope. I think I could play better, like let's say instead of rook c6, if I go rook c4, then after rook c7, like maybe I'm up a tempo, like maybe I have some good moves there.
Oh yeah, then you can play.
But still, I
h7.
think yeah, no, not really. I think it was just over.
Yeah, I think I was also in time, yeah, like all this e4, preventing your knight from getting active. On d5, very important. Maybe also e4, rook takes dc4.
I didn't really
e4.
get the difference between.
Oh yeah.
I was thinking maybe queen c6, but I was worried about rook b1. instead.
Yeah, rook b1,
Yeah.
the knight d7 in the third position
Yeah.
for black.
at one point also you were spending a lot of time at the end, like you finding the most, if you would like to give check first on the 5 or not, and then you played h4. Was it difficult to find, let's say, the exact moves at this moment?
I thought you just wanted to torture me. Because I thought
Nah.
you just completely winning.
Nah, yeah. No one will forget the Yu Yang game, yeah. He'll still be here if we won that.
Some ghosts, let's say.
Yeah, I mean, black is a pawn down, yeah, so I mean, in the game I could almost win the c pawn by force, but yeah, black's problem is knight's passive. I mean, in the game you could, so queen d4, you could play c3, queen c4, c2, bishop b4, but then it's 2 pawns down a queen endgame. I think I can activate my king. And yeah, similar to the Yu Yang game, I think he had to activate his king with king h6, king h5.
It was clear that even though he left, he's still with us, Yu Yang, here this day. Okay, thank you so much for your comments and all the best of luck for tomorrow. Thank you.
Congratulations on your win today. How often does it happen to you that you are playing in the tournament where there is no longer any suspense left?
Well, first of all, I'd like to glorify God for all my wins belong to Him. And secondly, there's still some suspense left. I mean, a tournament's a tournament. Like, it doesn't matter whether you qualify for candidates or not. You just have to play in your best at the current tournament, and one day at a time, as I said yesterday. I mean, it's nice and all, but like for example, the Grandmaster is not a qualification for anything, but to me it's one of the most prestigious tournaments, also the US Championship. So there's still the title at stake, and it's at the very least it's good practice, good money, also the possibility to practice with other very strong Grandmasters. It's nice to have, and that's what I do. Also, I'm already here.
Still, the fact that you're not fighting for the candidate spot, does it, let's say, make your play even better because you don't have this extra pressure, or on the contrary, you're lacking a little bit of motivation? How do you see yourself as a sportsman right now?
Yeah, maybe that's true. Maybe you have a very good point there. I tend to play well when I just am happy and just no pressure, just giving my best, try to get good games. So I think, yeah, that definitely helped. Now the four of us could just play some good chess.
And enjoy.
Yeah, enjoy. I think Hikaru qualified already, but he's still here. But I think everyone's just enjoying chess. He played also online yesterday in Title Tuesday, so that was kind of funny, playing 2 tournaments at the same time. But yeah, I think yeah, in general, just play well and get, Amin says, get some experience. It also helps. But yeah, at the beginning of the tournament, I wasn't feeling that I'm playing well, but I seem to be doing slightly better now.
Getting back to the form,
Yeah.
I have one more question for you. You are very popular worldwide. You have lots of fans. Have you ever thought of connecting to them, maybe even starting your own streaming channel?
Yeah, I mean, no, I haven't thought about streaming because it's hard work, and you kind of need the personality for that. So for Hikaru is very popular because it fits well with his personality. But for others, it's not as easy. Then you have to also put in a lot of time. But the most difficult thing is, of course, to find the content to put on your streaming or what you're going to do that day. So that's very important. But maybe one day. But in any case, yeah, I have a lot of Filipino fans. So there are actually some Filipino commentators who follow my game live and stream it on YouTube. So big shout out to them. But yeah, I'm very happy that some people are pleased with my games and follow my games, because that's what we do. So in one way, I kind of feel like I owe it to them to play good chess.
You definitely feel the energy. And we've recently got the birthday of Vasily Smyslov, and many experts compare his style to yours. Do you think it is fair?
No, I mean, he's a world champion. I'm not.
The playing style.
Yeah, the playing style.
Otherwise, who would you compare yourself to from the past?
Maybe a little. I mean, I always like Anatoly Karpov's style, but I mean, I try to play like him, but it's very difficult. And I was looking at Karpov's games a few months ago, and he's just very strong. He's a really great player. Him and Gary in those times. So I try to play similarly to Anatoly Karpov, also Raul Capablanca, but it's very difficult. They're just innately talented players.
Just like you, Wesley.
Yeah, thank you. Also, Simslov, I like his games because Simslov, Boris Spassky, they don't focus too much on theory. They're not like Garry Kasparov or Bobby Fischer, who revolutionized the opening, but they just want to play good chess, play middle game, and it works sometimes, sometimes doesn't. These days it's much more difficult. Computers are getting stronger every year, so I kind of need both. And that's one thing why I'm impressed with Magnus, because he's good in all stages of the game, but also he can remember most of his opening analysis. So.
Well, in any case, I wish you that it all works well here for you tomorrow and road to the finals.
Yeah, I mean, in general just take it one game at a time, play well here, and then after this tournament, we have a big tournament in St. Louis. Then after that, the Grand Chess Tour. So there's the good thing with chess is there's always another game if you have a bad day.
That's a perfect quote to finish our conversation. Thank you, Wesley.
Yeah, thank you. I'll see you tomorrow.